Good morning, good morning. Hear ye, all gathered here today in the Law Nerd chat, the alternate jury of the internet, watching this case as a jury, coming into it and trying to keep with what's going on in court is not always easy. So here on day 14 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read, we were left on a cliffhanger at the end of the day yesterday with the witness on the stand. Matt, at some point, same. Matt McCabe saying, I woke up to screams in my bedroom. And that's where we ended. Also, just to quickly address the elephant in the room. Yes, I got a haircut and color yesterday after court. It was very needed. My natural purple needed a bit of a zhuzh. It's just the way that it is. But we needed a haircut. We needed a zhuzh. We feel like a new girl. So we're ready to go. So law nerds, please no spoilers. I know this is going to be incredibly difficult today because we are behind court time. I had a lovely chat, zoomed to Maryland and then forgot exactly when I was supposed to end, and then didn't mean to keep the lovely senator that was speaking after me waiting. But I am time blind, and I always need to remind people that I am time blind. So just give me a, hey girl, we're done. It was great. They were lovely. It's always nice to talk to lawyers about the ups and downs of trials that gain regional or national attention, the ins and outs of the internet, the pluses and minuses of live streaming, and why ultimately I think it is good to have cameras in the courtroom, but that the profession as a whole needs to talk about what we are going to do about foundational rules and the potential for altered evidence and things like that. It was really, really lovely to get to have that talk because the more lawyers that are talking about it, the better. So with all of that, we just need to get to court. I'm not going to give any more of an overview. We have to zoom because we're behind and we're going to try, but it allows us to maybe speed Lolly up a bit today. So poor Mr. Lally is going to be at least at 1.25 throughout the day, but I think that gives us the chance to get through breaks. It gives us the chance to get through all of the sidebars, and it gives us a chance to zoom through lunch. I had let the mods know that we're going to go as fast as we can. So thank you all for no spoilers. It's okay. Here's what I don't mind is like, oh girl, just wait. Don't mind at all. That's anticipation. But thank you all for being so incredibly kind. So let's just zoom to court. Okay. We're going to roll the intro and we're going to go. We need to go. I want to see what happens. Like what next? I want to see what crosses. So far, I've liked this witness and I'm so curious as to what comes next.
Hey there. I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not. Let's get into it.
You know, I can't miss the beginning, y'all, because I really do miss.
Bring the jury.
But hear ye is kind of a delight. So let's go.
Hear ye. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in Fauquier County.
Not mad at all.
God near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I'm going to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able
We are on
to follow the instructions
1.25.
and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Which is kind of
Were you also
lovely.
able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their
The
heads.
jurors are like,
Very
we
much.
leave. We
May
just
I
want to
have
eat and go to bed. We're exhausted.
Discussing
Everything's
this case with
exhausting. So that's fair. I'm sure the jurors at the end of the day, the last thing they want to do is know anything more about this case. I mean, would you if you were them? You'd be like, oh, I'm going to hear what, if anything, in my sleep. They've got to be so confused.
I do.
Witness Matt McCabe is retaking the stand. I'm going to go and look at exactly what witness this is. What
All right,
number?
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
38. Witness 38.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Where you left off yesterday, you had gone to bed.
Wait, why is Lally flipping? Like, do you not remember where you left off yesterday? It left off with, I heard screams in my bedroom. He doesn't look riveted.
On the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday night.
And at some point you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yeah, he does.
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
Screams.
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on? Looking around the room.
Hell is not the word I would
Realized
use
my
if
wife
I
was
thought
actually on the phone.
Somebody was in my bedroom.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was that, sir?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud.
He thought somebody was in his bedroom.
Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was, sir?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard scream?
Before 5
I did not
a.m.
recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end,
It's
correct?
probably on speakerphone.
Correct.
And
Not on
eventually, were you
speakerphone?
able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going on? After I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course of that conversation continued while you were in your bedroom? Is that
So much
correct?
hearsay.
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between the wife and the defendant go on?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes, I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
You recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up? Or
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her? Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
It's so much
With respect
hearsay.
to the defendant's statement, the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the
It
waterfall.
bothers me that he testifies we
What, if
so
anything,
much. It's hard to know what he remembers and what his wife told him.
In reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall,
That's so weird.
I then told my wife, what are you talking about?
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought. What you gathered.
I mean, some of what he said
I
might,
thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because
some of what he said might be an exception to hearsay. We're not going to get into the finer points of hearsay. The DA is not arguing it. Some of what he says might explain. This is going to get really hard to elicit the testimony because so much of this is going to be him saying things, his wife on the phone with Karen. Karen's statements can be elicited. The wife's statements and his statements have to fall within an exception. It doesn't seem the DA is doing that. I have him at 1.25, so his speech is sped up because I've sped it up because today I had a talk earlier this morning. So it's hard to, yes, he's talking fast because I have him unnaturally sped up.
saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you know John was in it?
Correct.
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
He thought Karen was
I told
crazy
my
because he
wife,
saw them at
what are you
34
talking
Fairview.
about? She was at,
It's not what you said to your wife.
All right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask a question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
Ask a good question, Mr.
Your
Lally.
wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And
Lally could have just said, why did you think Karen Reed was crazy? Because I had seen them. Did you see John? No? Yes? Ask him what he saw, heard, did. Ask him.
following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did you have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there.
We?
And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
And what, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were.
Well, we are going to get into his testimony about what he heard Karen Reed say on the phone this morning, the morning of the 29th, not actually this morning. I'm going to slow him down to natural speech because I actually want to see how he's testifying, because he's going to be testifying about what Karen told Jen, as opposed to just having Jen testify about what Karen told Jen. But he is saying, Karen said she didn't remember going to 34 Fairview. Let's keep going. I've slowed him back to natural speed. I want to hear more about what the defendant said.
That you overheard from the
It's weird that he called her the defendant.
At
He knows her.
some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife and you were in the bedroom and your wife was on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was, we knew that John...
Is anyone going to tell this witness that he can testify to what he heard, saw, did? We is not appropriate testimony. Nobody seems to be saying anything about it. It is beginning to make me bananas. It was beginning to make me bananas yesterday. But the royal we is not testimony, because I don't know if you remember this or if your wife told you this. Is this your testimony? Is this what you heard? Or is this what she told you? The we is very, very difficult for me because it's hard to parse what he remembers and what he doesn't. Chat, you asked, why is it what Karen said not hearsay? It is an admission of a party opponent. That does not mean admission like of a crime. It just means a statement of a party opponent. She is the party opponent. Karen's statements are not hearsay as elicited by the prosecution. Karen's team can't elicit Karen's statements from witnesses, but the prosecution can. The we's making me crazy.
Had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with. Another individual.
I have a standing objection to you saying we.
Calls, that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than a conversation with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking
if you saw it.
Not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
I don't think the phone records agree with you. Also, we have her recorded wasn't she the first person that called 911? I'm going to have to go back to my notes, but I thought she was the first person that called 911. It was like, did somebody come in drunk?
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are
When
you?
was
Now
Karen at
Karen
your
and Jen are
house?
out looking for you.
When was Karen at your house?
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And
I'm sorry, Chad. I can't help myself. I'm going to stop apologizing. You know what would have been really helpful, Lally? Just like point of contention here. If we had the victim's cell phone records, assuming they exist, if we had John O'Keefe's cell phone records to give a time of when his phone went quiet before we got all of this, because it's hard to evaluate timelines against anything because there's nothing to evaluate them against. When did we do that? So if Jen made the second 911 call, thank you, chat. I appreciate that. We'll get Karen's phone records. We'll get Jen's phone records. We'll get his phone records. I don't believe that no one else answered Jen's calls because we know there's an answered call between Jen and her sister, according to phone records, according to cross-examination.
with regard to those, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you would have prior conversations with him via text message and phone.
Aren't there phone
using
records?
That, number that you had programmed into your phone.
Yes.
So no
Put the
response
phone
to
records
text
in
as far as
first and then do
phone calls
this.
took place with Mr. O'Keefe, did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And
What?
what is the next thing that you remember occurring that moment?
While I was
What
getting
happened
dressed, I
next?
put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that
Who was
moment,
that?
again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, where did you go?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
Well, apparently she didn't wake up the whole neighborhood because no one came the fuck out of a house ever. Not once. No one. But this testimony I actually believe quite a lot. You thought it was so loud that you wanted her to shut the fuck up so she didn't wake up the whole neighborhood. And yet at 34 Fairview, no one could hear a thing. Chat, do you believe that he said, shut the fuck up? You're going to wake up the whole neighborhood? I do. I absolutely do. But no one at 34 Fairview heard her. And at this point, to be fair to this witness, they did not know what had happened to John O'Keefe. But doesn't it make it stranger that no one at 34 Fairview heard anything?
Where is this, or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out of it?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front, what was she yelling at that point?
I mean, most of these
She,
witnesses
again,
don't seem to give a fuck at this point.
Repeated, Jen. She, for some reason, kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife.
Oh, Allison, there is definitely not compassion. However, he didn't say it to Karen. He said it to his wife. But yeah, judge as you will whether or not he is telling you what he actually did.
Had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said,
I'm backing that up. I honestly think he's being honest about this part. I think he's maybe in retrospect a little maybe embarrassed by his actions. But I also don't doubt that he said, good, I don't want to go out in the snow. I'm not dealing with this. I 100% believe that. When witnesses share unflattering things about themselves and you can see that they're like cringe,
give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Yeah.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front. What was she yelling at that point?
She again repeated, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name.
Like she was in shock.
I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside? Or?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the close.
So you're telling me that you kept looking out the window at 34 Fairview, just as I put this together in my head. And yes, Chet, thank you for the compliments on the new haircut. I appreciate it. You're telling me that you, the night before, kept looking out the window at the SUV going, why hasn't anybody come in? And then as you're leaving, one witness, if believed, again, I don't know if you guys believe Julie or not, but if believed, Julie said that she said, isn't that something on the lawn? And her friend said, what? And you don't know that John didn't come in. You don't know why nobody came in from the SUV, but you kept looking out the window being like, isn't John supposed to come in? Or isn't he supposed to be here? And then the next morning, Karen Reed is screaming at your house that she can't find John. And you're just like, could you shut up? Also, I'm not going out in the snow. This dude's on somebody's couch. Okay.
Closest to the driveway.
What, if anything, did you see when you looked out the blinds?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
What, if any, concerns did you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife,
Emily, I don't think it was normal for him not to come home. I wonder if we will get to testimony of his niece and nephew, but I imagine with what his niece and nephew had been through that him not coming home was a big deal. So yeah, I think this was very unusual. And then I also think with the trauma the kids have been through, I would imagine that he wouldn't just be not in communication with them. I'm interested to see if we get more information about Karen screaming, but she is freaking out. I'm interested to see what he says about the car, but he said Karen mentioned a broken taillight on the phone with Jen, but we don't know what point in time that is.
Before she was leaving the house, that
No, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
This is to explain.
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight.
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
Because of the
That's
weather,
leading
correct.
as fuck. It's a term of art. That's me being snarky. A term of art means a legal term that has particular meaning, legal meaning, and
That is
meaning as
correct.
fuck seems to be a new term of art for me.
To see like who got in where as far as the car, who was driving when they left.
I did not see that, no.
However,
Now, was that within the
it
same
makes sense that he was
timeframe
like, well,
that
if
she
she
was
says her
driving
taillight's
before,
out,
about
I don't
half
want her
hour after
driving.
you, hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call, and it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out from the blinds and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside, was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave and you're home with the 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm going to say about an hour.
I bet the phone
so.
records know the exact time.
And-
Why don't we stop guessing at times and just use the
Without reference
fucking
to-
records?
Much of the content of that. Well, all I'm really
Just
asking
thinking
for
out loud.
is, what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed
Was-
and drove
An hour
over
and a half
to,
later and you're still not dressed
Fairview.
yet?
And when you got to
Just
Fairview,
in
what, if
jeans?
anything, did you see when you
Did you
arrived?
hear Karen screaming in the background of that call?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance, and as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars, and I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane,
That's a lot
which
of
is a
detail.
parallel street to Fairview,
That's a lot of detail.
and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
That's a tremendous amount of detail that nobody asked for.
During your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way through Cedar Crest,
He doesn't seem
what were
stressed.
the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you
He
drove
seems
from
not
your
stressed
house
at all.
to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Were you stressed?
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders you mentioned.
Lolly
police
sighing
cruisers and
mid-question
fire trucks,
feels
is that
like
right?
breaking the fourth wall at this point.
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
I'm never going to not smile when
And
somebody says
when you
park the
parked
car,
where did you?
ever.
I proceeded on to Fairview and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles or who, if anyone else, did you see outside?
There was a
What if any
there was
vehicles? Who if any people? Not only is it
It
compound,
ended up being
it's
Kerry
awkward.
Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was.
And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
First responders still
Did
there?
you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and
What?
we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my
Was
youngest
it the
child
Bella
through
child?
soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was the fir bushes.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation.
Where did you go
She
next?
informed me that she had to,
Nope, that's hearsay.
she was going to pick up the, sorry. She informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital, and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her
That's all hearsay.
to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got there?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
Was Lang talking to
And
everybody together?
When you came in, can you describe,
Because I think that he was.
starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert.
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call as well?
Amanda, he said Carrie Roberts lived in the
Matt,
same
we
neighborhood.
found
they all lived
John
in.
at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now, at some point, while you were at the house, did you speak to, you mentioned Officer Lank was there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Recall if there was any other officers in the house at that time or at any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank at that moment. Other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at
Officer
some
Lank
point,
talking to everybody.
While you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no. I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now.
Obviously.
He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now,
For those of you
At
asking
the,
about
the house
Lank,
on Fairview.
Lank was in and out of the house at Fairview 3 separate times. And it wasn't until the last time that he was with Good, but the prosecution did not easily establish a timeline, even though it would be in the police reports, one would think, of when Lank was in and out of the house. He went in, he came out, he went in, he came out, and then he came back because he wanted to talk to Carrie Roberts. No, he wanted to talk to, I think, Jen McCabe. When Jen came back, Lank and Good came back to talk to Jen.
about how long were you there?
So it's confusing, like everything in this case.
I'm going to say give her at least 4 hours
From the time that you got there?
from the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
As your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house
So then the troopers came
And.
because they took over the case at some point
did you speak
this
with those
morning.
officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and
Trooper
Trooper Yuri Buchanan.
We'll
I
go
said
with
it
that.
right.
Nope, leave that alone. Just leave that there.
Now, on that.
Just leave it be.
On that date of January 29th, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never
I
met them.
think it's Buchanan.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
At what
Where was your
point
wife when they interviewed you?
did your brother-in-law arrive?
I'm assuming. I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up.
Where was your
I
brother-in-law?
don't know what
You
she
were
was
in the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
Where's your
And
brother-in-law?
In addition to the troopers that came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time?
Leading.
around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
I'm trying. She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting. It was, I don't know the exact time.
I
12
would
o'clock,
imagine
give or
your kids
take.
were.
So, time to wake up.
So
What the
troopers,
fuck?
When they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home,
Yes, they were.
and both you and your wife were upstairs?
Yes, that's my recollection.
The way nothing would be able to happen in my house until somebody told me what was going on. I'd be like, I'm sorry, pause.
A
What?
couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers from the state?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Emily, stop objecting. Standing objection as to leading, standing objection as to hearsay, as to the we. I wish they would pan out so we could see Lolly's face as he's trying to do whatever he's trying to do. That was a long moment.
Just briefly, sir. So, describing your wife's demeanor, you described her to sort of be in shock. Is that correct?
Yes,
It's not
that's
what
correct.
Any of the
Have you
officers said.
seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
How?
I've seen her in.
What, if any, relevance does Jen McCabe being in crisis mode have to anything? I'm going to speed this back up now that we are out of the statements of the defendant, because I don't.
Crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically,
I mean,
how would you
you
describe
have 4
how she
kids. At some
handles
point,
situations like that?
something
What are the
happened.
behaviors in those types of situations?
She is very calm. Very calm.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios, what types of incidents are we talking about?
Objection.
Well,
Oh, they did object.
Previous deaths of my parents, my brother. She is
I'm
the.
sorry for your loss, sir.
She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand,
Relax.
make them feel comfortable. She's much more. I can't do that. She's much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
all right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
So,
Good morning, Mr. McCabe.
good morning.
Cross-examination of Matt McCabe.
I'd like to start
by
Also, he did seem to have more emotion talking about how his wife handles crisis mode than anything else in his testimony. There was a brief moment yesterday when he was talking about John O'Keefe that he seemed to have some genuine emotion. Today, he is plowing through his testimony even when we are not sped up.
discussing January 22nd, the week prior.
I
to
like that
January
Yannetti doesn't
29th.
come in hot,
Do
it
you
builds.
remember that Saturday?
I like that demeanor.
Yes, I do.
You had
It's like a slow boiling
been at
pot.
one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
You don't know it till you're in it.
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife,
If I
Jennifer
fast forward
McCabe.
it, will I not hear his
Yes.
teeth noises?
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes.
I-
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the
Yeah,
question.
I'll
that
pass the hair
ultimately you
compliments
ran
on
into John
to
and
my
Karen
hair
together,
magician,
Yes, I did.
And
Garland.
when you came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
Some people
And
do go
during
calm
that
when they're
hour
stressed. I'm
span
not
of time,
challenging
they,
that.
Appeared to be
It's just he's described Jen's demeanor two different ways. And the describing her as calm in a crisis and bursting in with her ass on fire on her brother-in-law, who's a cop, and her sister-in-law, like screaming hysterically, doesn't match with calm in a crisis to me, because generally the calm in a crisis is calm all the way across, and then later it catches up with you. But we will see. Most people described her demeanor as calm.
enjoying each other's company.
Yes,
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
That, yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when
Thank
and where
Christ.
people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that.
I will
I'd
thank
like to
every
streamline
deity
the
and
question if
every
I can.
religion, recognized or
And
not,
I just
that
wanna
you're
talk
not doing
about
that.
2 or 3 areas.
For the
You
love
would
of Dave
agree
Matthews,
that at the
I am so tired of
waterfall, the
repeating
mood
where everybody
among
was
the
sitting.
people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company.
Yannetti understood the
Specifically
assignment.
with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
He just doesn't
I'm
specifically
just
remember
going
it.
by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't know if you
I
would know
don't
that.
recall what day they found out, but I know that John mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And
We
it
like
appeared
that
to be
friend very
new
much. His
news,
testimony
correct?
was
Oh, yes.
Touching.
It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This is the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but First, I heard it from John.
But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fien and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
I mean,
Of course. And
aren't people
he
normally
was
proud
doing
when their
right
kids
by his
accomplish
sister's daughter,
stuff they
correct?
want?
Objection.
I don't know what that means. They can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer,
In my recollection, yes.
and you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka drink, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall, no. They were only there for an hour. So
Right. And
Nobody saw the defendant
they
drinking
got
much.
there around 11, correct?
So how are we getting to
give or take, yep,
a
11-ish.
DUI?
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them.
Yet
during the
everybody
course of
walked
the
out
night,
with
correct?
Glasses.
Yes.
Neither
everybody.
John nor
It's like-
Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
No.
Can you answer that?
You asked, Lally, you asked everyone ever if they noticed anyone to be intoxicated. You're objecting now? Sure, bud.
They were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Were you worried about them driving? Were you like, oh
recall
shit, we should take their keys?
testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th
I
of
bet you did.
2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall my questions.
No,
that
he asked,
question
did you recall
specific, but yes.
testifying?
Right, well, I didn't ask you about the questions. I just
Correct.
asked if you recall testifying before
Facts.
the grand jury on that date.
That's what he asked.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh, if I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you?
He's going to be like, whatever it says is what it is.
No, did you say what I quarrel?
Yeah,
No, it was definitely around that time.
okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
This is
None
the
of the defense
state
team was
grand
there,
jury.
correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And
No
April
judge?
26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you at 7. Jurors, feel free.
I'm going to fucking zoom. You know what? We'll do our stretch music because we're going to be here a long day today. So might as well as I zoom. Because they're at side bar. This is
Obviously, you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe.
they're going to ask about levels of intoxication again. I don't know why Lally has issue with this.
Strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was
it's
from
not
Mr. Lally. Obviously, you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that one go.
My answer is yes. I had.
It is Friday. It is the end of week 3. And Your Honor, you aren't sustaining it. You aren't overruling it. You're going to let it go? Your Honor, two more let it goes and we're going to just start calling you Elsa. What is happening?
I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes. Of
Okay.
course, I had previous
and-
relationships with them.
I'm going to let
sorry,
it
I cut you
go.
off, sir. I don't.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct
It's
you
too
to,
fucking
just to
Friday for this.
put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you you recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but
whatevs.
that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
All right. In terms
Yeah,
of
no. As
whether
opposed to
you
the
can
no, yeah.
confirm that that was the question and answer. If I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines 13 to 15 for counsel.
If you show me what I said, I'm going to remember better what I said.
I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Facts and fair. And he said I didn't ask permission to approach. He's like, I mean, if I said it, I said it.
Thank you.
He's not going to quibble with it, is what he's saying.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Were they kung
Yes,
fu
they both were
fighting?
there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Were they fast as lightning?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you
Were they
see
part of the
Brian
diet
Albert
challenge?
and Brian Higgins
Did they have
practicing
crystal light?
fighting at the waterfall?
Practice in fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
That's how I feel about this question too. That's how I feel about this question too. That's how I feel about this question too. There's a lot the defense makes of a lot, but sometimes there are reaches that I just absolutely cannot stand. And this is one of the reaches that the defense has been making about them practicing fighting at the bar that is just too much of a reach. But he's like, what the fuck? No, they were kung fu fighting. They were fast as lightning. Then they grabbed each other's ass. Somebody got a kiss and they were just fucking with each other. They were not, they were acting like juveniles is what they were doing. They were just acting, they were just messing with each other. It's just getting ridiculous. Like, stop trying to make fetch happen. This is such a wild case, and there was so much there trying to make fetch happen of the little bits that's okay. I'm just gonna let it go. Yes, I'll play it again.
They both were there.
And they are
We'll
both
play it again.
pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practice in fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of
agree with that
square up in a
reaction.
fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No,
They were grab-assing
They were playing
each
a little
other.
grab ass with each other.
Hey!
I did see them grab each other. I don't.
Somebody actually said grab ass. Sir? Sir, you have read that situation correctly. You continue to read that situation correctly. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. There might be more. There might be more there, but they were just messing with each other. I mean, again, it's like those text messages in the Depp Heard case where, you know, they were trying to make it something so much more. And I'm like, I have other uses for your throat were clearly sexts. They were clearly about, you know, not anything beyond the realm of adulty interactions. So trying to make fetch happen sometimes can come across too much. We'll see where the rest of cross goes. But this is funny. This witness might get absolutely flamed later, but this is funny.
Square up in a fighting stance to each
The
other.
grabassery of it all.
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall
I
that.
think
Okay,
the jury
so are
probably
you
relates to
saying-
that.
Taking you literally that they grabbed each other's asses, is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay.
Actually, we've seen this video 15 times now. Somebody does grab somebody's ass. It does happen.
But what they didn't grab each other. They
did.
in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall them.
Roll the tape.
I
Somebody
recall
grabbed each
someone
other's
grabbing
video.
somebody.
Roll the
I don't
tape.
remember who grabbed who. I just recall
Grab
like a
the
bear
tape.
hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right. So you
From behind,
recall
that did
them,
happen.
One of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them.
I think there was a bear hug. Yeah,
I don't think he was
that's what-
restraining
it's in
him. I
my
think he
memory.
was.
I don't.
For fuck's
And you would agree with me
Unity.
that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian
Closing
Higgins were two of the
time.
people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced
I'm
around
guessing
the
Unity has
table
never
that
grabbed one of his
everyone was
friends'
welcome
asses while
back
drunk.
at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Unity, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that, man.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes,
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
if they wanted to come, they were welcomed. Yes,
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
Robbie said, why has nobody said horsing around? That's literally what they were doing. This witness means grab ass in the exact same way as horsing around, that they were messing with each other. They were grabbing at each other. They were horsing around. They were fucking with each other. That's the context this witness means it in colloquially. So that's what he meant. He meant they were literally just messing with each other or horsing around or what have you. I think horsing around maybe would colloquially refer to people who are younger, and he's referring to people who are older messing with each other. It doesn't want to say they were fucking with each other in court, but they were messing with each other. Much is being made out of not much in this context. There is so much in this case. I don't know why this is becoming much, because there is so much else. So no, Chad, it is not meant in this context in any sort of a asexual way. It is meant in a messing around, grabbing at each other type of a way. So there are, which I understand that American colloquialisms need a lot of context because they have multiple meanings. Our version of English is deeply confusing, which I understand because especially for our international neurospicy friends, there can be multiple meanings depending on context of the thing. In this thing, they mean fucking around or yeah. So the defense is not going to say horsing around, but the witnesses haven't. So
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15.
I'm surprised you didn't just show him the video
time
of
a
them
little before 12:15,
messing around.
Definitely 12:10ish, 12:15ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
He was cleaning
Yes,
up
as I
glasses.
mentioned, Nick Kolakisis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
He seems
Your
lovely.
wife, Jennifer McCabe,
He was
had
helping
walked
clean
out
up.
of the bar
We stand the
physically before you
Kolakises.
did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Alberts home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Alberts home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you
Unity
got there.
has to know.
Okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did you park your vehicle in?
My notebook is
As
almost
I mentioned
exhausted.
yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over. but she
How many
pulled
cars were
into
in
it.
the driveway at that time?
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area? In other words, would they be, let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
It seems like there's three.
My recollection, there's two lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park three cars.
Right?
To the right, correct.
Okay.
But we
I mean,
weren't to the right.
everyone
We were
seems to have a
either
lot of
left
cars
or
going on.
middle.
They are large
You were
families.
behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two vehicles.
That's
in
an
the
I don't
driveway
remember. I
before you
actually
got there,
believe in this
correct?
case. So many of them
In
I
the driveway?
Yes.
not found truthful.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Alberts home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
What if
That
any
was not at the
SUV?
home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was
Right.
not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
He did say there was
There
a
was
Jeep
a
in the
Jeep
street.
Parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
He did say
And
Jeep
that
in the
Jeep
street.
belonged to Brian Higgins?
I
Does he
found
know
out
that?
it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
Found that out
And it had
later.
a plow on the front of it.
Yes, it did.
It
How did
was
everyone else not
parked
see that, though?
Adjacent to the Alberts
Doesn't make
property
any
on
fucking
Fairview,
sense.
facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to
Makes
the
no
Alberts
sense to
property,
me.
correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Every time he says 66, I just think of Star Wars. Chat, if there are spoilers in the chat, thank you, Law Nerds, for reminding everybody. I am behind, and we are trying to zoom and catch up. So I'm sure other stuff has happened today, but we'll see it as it unfolds.
For the spotlight,
Thank you.
the
We
front
appreciate
of
the
Albert's home.
respect.
When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I
Yeah.
am. May I, Coach?
I was hoping I didn't have
Oh,
to
you're
do
the
this.
other lady.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
The witness, I was hoping I didn't have to do this.
You could, yeah.
This is helpful. I like the
Jeep was right there.
recreation because we get a good
On
perspective
the edge of the
house.
driveway, it's right there. I believe it was a two-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
No, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there.
Okay.
It was not blocking the driveway.
The Jeep was at the mailbox.
I'm gonna step on both.
How does nobody else see the Jeep, though? The entire carload from Ricky.
The mailbox that's spotlight.
When Julie Nagel went outside to talk to her brother who was in Ricky's truck, because now we're just going to retell this case like we're telling a story from lunch at the junior high. When Julie went out to talk to her brother in Ricky's truck, nobody saw a Jeep with a snowplow. Ricky didn't see it, the driver. He also didn't lose the number. Julie didn't see it. Julie's brother didn't see it. His brother's ex-girlfriend didn't see it. Brian Albert Jr. didn't see it. I have so many. How do 5 people not see a Jeep with a snowplow? It's so confusing to me.
Would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No,
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
facing, heading to the left of the house, correct?
We can have the lights back on.
It's so confusing.
And as you testified, that
5 people
Jeep
didn't
was there the
just
whole
not
night.
see a
Brian
Jeep.
Didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
Did you ever see his
About
Jeep?
5 minutes after you got
Oh,
to
he
the
saw it by
Albert
the
home
mailbox,
that
that's right.
night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller.
What?
If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and
Let's
I'm the
say-
end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black
This isn't gonna
SUV,
go well.
and you're the front end of the Jeep.
Beep, beep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
What?
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
What?
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door,
The classic front door looking at the house
now the
on the
classic
main
front
part
door?
of the Colonial.
looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes,
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later.
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
But your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th of 2022, when you
Look at his
spoke to
face.
Michael
He's like, this guy, are you for real? I don't know if that's gonna go well.
you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
To the
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
well, you said it. He was gonna want you to elaborate.
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right? or looking at
looking
the
out to
house
the
to
right.
the left. When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Well, you're
Is
the
your
one who
memory
said it.
exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
I'm
No,
exhausted.
not at all.
So if your memory's not exhausted, would you agree with me
Nope.
that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
He's like, I don't know what that
That
means.
could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
He's
Sustained.
going.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not
No.
that was the first or second
like,
time?
no, I'm
according to
not.
what
I
you
don't know what you're
told
talking
Michael
about.
Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so
The rest of us
if
just
your
are.
memory is not exhausted, do you deny?
He is trying to impeach this witness on what he said, and he can't refresh his recollection because he's like, no, I remember it clearly. This is not what I said. The points and times are different. I saw it in front of the house, then I saw it by the thing, then I saw it down the way. That's what he says he saw. And he's like, that's what I said I saw. So the thing is, you're going to have to impeach him with Proctor. Good luck with that.
Telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So
And
that
then-
would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
And then moved up.
So when you so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw
No,
the SUV, by
that-
the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Well,
okay.
You're smiling now. That's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talk to Michael,
I'm trying. That's accurate. I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me. He's like, right, because I didn't say that. Accurate. Oh gosh. I mean, accurate. Yannetti's getting frustrated because he's like, I said what I said. And Yannetti doesn't want to have to impeach his testimony with Proctor because they're going to, I imagine, flambe Proctor tableside. So he can't use Proctor to show that this guy's testimony is off. So there is a misunderstanding here somewhere in how this all went down, but they are arguing over what first means and who's on it, apparently.
SUV.
But it's
okay.
true. I'm trying to get an answer you won't give me.
That
Accurate.
was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
He's not going to give it up.
So if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if
And
looking
then
out the
moved
front
up.
door.
That's
Okay,
it. That's
so-
the answer.
When you talked to,
That's
so
the
you
answer.
deny telling Michael Proctor
No, that's not what he said.
that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Well,
okay.
You're smiling now. That's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on
like, what the
January
fuck?
29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question. Is that right?
It's
That
asked
is
and
not right.
answered.
The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time was it was to the right of the
That's
house.
asked and answered. You just have to live with the answer.
Okay. All right, so
The judge said move on, Unetti. And the
you
judge said
did
move
not-
on, Unetti, because it's asked and answered over and over and over. He's like, I've answered it. I've explained it. If it's wrong, then you need to pull Proctor up and be like, that's not what he told me. Good luck.
say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question.
Per my
I'm
last
sorry.
email.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday, it's either I was out, looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door, did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on
Wait,
April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page 2 of Proctor's report.
He was waiting for him to say he
next
doesn't
time you
recall
should-
to show him his statement.
You'd read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
And again, the jury doesn't have a lot of context for why this particular point matters. There's times in a case where you can feel that a particular point matters. And so you're like, this point matters. Nail this witness down on this. What happened? Because we don't have context for this point, people who are annoyed with this defense attorney or annoyed with this line of questioning are going to be like, why are we still here? He said what he said. What else is there? And with an investigation like this, there are so many things that are a problem that it doesn't have context. It just feels overdone, like making much out of nothing. So
You
we'll
said that you
see
don't
if it
remember what
has
you told Michael Proctor.
more
Did that
import
report
later.
Refresh your memory.
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold on.
I'm stating what I remember.
Hold on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor.
He's saying
Those
he
were your
remembered what he
words.
saw.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording,
Right. I
but
remember
I know
what
what
saw.
I told Michael Proctor.
Right.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV
Move
moved to the
on.
right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a
Jesus
big
God.
dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
He saw it here.
What I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, of 2022. Okay? And you initially told
I don't know
him
who he's looking
that
at.
it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you
I wouldn't be
stated
objecting as the DA either.
you looked out the front window and
Objection, Your Honor.
and
I wouldn't
observed
be
the
objecting.
same big dark SUV.
I wouldn't be objecting because I find this line of questioning unlikable, and I would let the defense has had very likable moments. I would let them be unlikable at this moment.
had moved to the other side of the property.
Yanetti's not going to stop
Correct.
for the objection.
The objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Kennedy.
No,
I
we
thought
haven't
we
gotten to the second part of the.
I thought we
Bring the document, I'll see it side by
I thought we had moved on too. So the defense is not moving on from that. They're going to sidebar. We're going to zoom for them returning at sidebar.
One last question on this, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, with regard to Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's II for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the report.
Will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You
The
testified
judge
before
is
the grand jury regarding this
annoyed.
issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
It depends.
I don't remember the conversation.
where you're looking at it.
and again,
from
To the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway. correct?
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway.
and
correct.
looking.
And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct?
The judge is
And then
sustaining
moved
these because they're
toward the
asked and
flagpole
answered.
the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved.
And the reason the judge sustained it for asked and answered is just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean it hasn't been answered. And Yannetti said, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give to me. He's like, I said what I said. I remember what I remember. This is what I remember. That's it. So you're left with that answer. You can't just keep asking the question again. It's been answered. I used asked and answered with my kids all the time. Can we do this? No, not right now. We're doing this whenever. 3 seconds later, can we do this? No, asked and answered. You asked, I answered. We are done here. So that is why the judge is sustaining these, because it is asked and answered. And Yannetti is changing like one or two words in it. And this witness is like, that's not what I said. And now they're just kind of locked horns on this point. We'll see later if this becomes of substantial importance.
Towards the flagpole. Correct. So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me.
We have multiple witnesses that said they saw the SUV near the mailbox and then moved towards the flagpole. Multiple witnesses. Also,
You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Yannetti, I generally like your cross, my guy, but you just said you told Michael Proctor. I think Yannetti is confused on the reports at the moment. You told Michael Proctor when you first saw the car, it was at the mailbox. You've literally spent 5 fucking minutes fighting with him, saying the first time you saw the car, it was to the right. And now we've circled back to what he's been saying all the way along.
We're moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, you are.
That's what he said all along. That is what he said all along.
Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
That is more relevant to me.
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct.
And wherever it was
So
along
confused
that
about this
property
Jeep.
line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct.
Before the black SUV arrived.
Correct.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it?
Did he see
between
Karen?
The first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved
Up
to the,
the
right
road.
of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
yes.
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would
Can't
agree
remember.
with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No,
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
yes.
He saw it in
three,
3 different
three
spots.
times I looked out and saw the SUV.
That's what he said.
And, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was
Forward.
moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
So what did he say
And
before?
In fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the 3rd time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
That's what he said
yes.
yesterday.
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
Not 2.5 years before.
What?
Right?
Oh, yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Yannetti.
Now, since
Oh,
you
boy.
talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
with my family.
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts?
yes,
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
that is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your
He has to
testimony
break that into 2 parts.
during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
The thing that's hard for me with
For
this
however many-
is based on the defense's opening statement. Whenever they say, but Trooper Proctor's report says this, I'm like, my cat's complaining. Every time he says Trooper Proctor's report says this, I'm sitting there going, but are we listening to anything that Trooper Proctor says? Like, based on the defense's opening, every time he says Trooper Proctor, I'm kind of like, yeah, but are we, I mean, they called Trooper Proctor so much into question that I'm not necessarily believing that Trooper Proctor's report is the accurate version of anything based on the defense opening. So it's odd to me that he's like, but you told Trooper Proctor this. Are we relying on that? Is that reliable? Because it's all been called into question to me. And yes, Trooper Proctor's report says meow. I don't know which of the paw nerds is rolling around, but
Many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking as we talked about it moving up the property. I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV.
But
the
did
assumption
you-
is the headlights were on.
did you
But I wasn't looking at the headlights.
do you remember?
Well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime
But did you
after
see
that
anything?
black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home,
He said
correct?
a wave.
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
So odd.
Yes, it came out, waved out towards the across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those
Like
tire
a
tracks that you
three-point
observed were
turn?
consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern.
Wavy?
I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No?
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So,
You
but
didn't see-
But did you
Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV.
There was
correct?
the truck back
That's my
behind.
recollection, yes.
He had said the truck was
so
behind
now,
the driveway.
We're going to go back to where I had left off with regard
Ricky's
to
truck.
meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfront. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive home.
Yes,
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife and my wife had called him. He was asking where to.
So is
I
that
think he
just
was
a
asking
yes?
for the
Can you
where
just
to with the
can
address.
you just yes? That's
so
just
she called him to tell him.
And you
Then
knew
that's
that
just
he
a
was
yes.
asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right. You could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
oh my god.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
he said we're on our way.
Right.
Then
And
that's
you
a
knew, again,
yes.
the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And then you heard your wife,
the Bella
or
child
maybe you participated
comes into
in
the
the
chat.
conversation. I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
Yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned
Yes.
go down Chapman to Fairview. You know where Bella lives. Drive past Bella's street.
Sir,
the house will come up on your
It's
left.
just a yes
Right,
or
and I
no.
believe
You can just say
previously
yes or
explained
no.
that Bella was a friend of John's niece Kaylee and also your daughter Olivia, correct?
Oh, good
Yes,
God.
that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes.
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
Yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving
It's a very long question.
at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption.
Okay.
As I had
So the
stated
car would be
yesterday, there's
facing the other
multiple
way.
ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Which is why it's so weird to me. And yesterday during direct, I was hollering about it. You expect him to show up. And I'm guessing if they show up from Chapman, the car will be facing the other way. But
Thank you.
you show up,
I have
you expect
handed
them.
you,
They don't come in. You know that they're not quite sure where the house is. You see the car moving forward. Maybe you would assume they're looking for an address. And if it's snowing, maybe you can't see the address from the street, depending on the lights. And nobody goes out in a dusting of snow to be like, we're in here, guys. It's so weird.
something, if you
I'm
could
so confused.
take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what
I'm
that
going to need
depicts.
Botox in between my
yes,
eyebrows
this is
to
a
stop them
map.
from knitting.
Showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the
map.
opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
We haven't seen a map yet.
Realizing that you don't have a compass or a rule, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Does it look right to you?
Yes.
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
Yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
Can we put it up? Can we publish the map? We'd all like to see it at this point. Oh my God, the sirens.
And Mr. McCabe, why don't you hand over the other one?
What was that? Was the fire truck saying hello to all the fire personnel and law enforcement first responders in the chat? That
Fair and accurate depiction of
That
the
was
layouts
hilarious.
of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
Yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Exhibit 86. And Mr. McCabe, why don't you hand over the other one?
Yeah, it was definitely a shave and a haircut. Yep. Just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. And no, they can't just print out Google Maps. The maps have to be authenticated. The maps have to be to scale. Somebody has to lay foundation that they're accurate. There's different ways they can get those maps up, and they can pull those maps up, but somebody has to authenticate it. And he has done as he has done. This seems generally to scale, blah, blah, blah. But they can't just pull a map up and not ask those foundational questions.
Does that appear to be
So
what I just showed you in Exhibit
That's why.
88?
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble
it's
there.
helpful.
Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom?
That is correct.
I can't with this line of questioning anymore.
That you gave,
I just
or
can't.
you or your wife gave John O'Keefe. If they were coming as you directed them, on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street.
No, I know
really
it's Google
from the
Maps.
left to the right as
He
you look at Exhibit
listed
80,
that it
correct?
seemed generally
Yes,
accurate.
left
You
to right,
can't
correct.
just
All right, and that
put
would
it in
allow
without
them to
all
take
of
a
those
left
questions.
on Fairview,
So
heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
he said, yes, this is
That
accurate.
is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on.
So is Yannetti saying the tire tracks were a 3-point turn so that the car was facing
That would mean.
back towards Chapman?
Well, strike that. So
Okay.
you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood,
Because
correct?
that's what I said.
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I mean, that's one way to do it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking?
Yes. that's
Yes,
what
at
it
some
says.
point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a 3-point turn, correct?
She could do a 3-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up. Either one.
Right. And a 3-point turn would
Couldn't
be
pull into the
consistent with
driveway?
what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
He wouldn't know that. He shouldn't know
When you
that.
spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that, you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction.
Right.
It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you're naturally
just doesn't
trying to
know.
square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that.
Somebody make it make sense. He didn't see the vehicle arrive. I don't know if I necessarily believe that Proctor's report is the accurate record of any situation at this point, and that's based on the defense's opening statement. The defense brought Proctor into question, and now they're like, but you told Proctor this, and that's the gospel. No, sir, it is not at this point, because you called it so into question that I can't unhear it. And then we've got a whole car full of people, the Ricky vehicle, saying that they think this vehicle was coming from the other direction. None of this would be confusing if we had in evidence already cell phone data of where people are going. I'm so confused.
Happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to property, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks,
Wave.
and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because it was weird tracks.
said,
Again,
could be lunch
I
meat,
did
could
not
be
see the
peaches.
vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn.
Don't
I
know
have
if she
no
came
idea.
that way at all,
But one
actually,
last question on this three-point.
because you
turn.
didn't see it.
You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
That's speculation.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right. Well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn
Because
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
that's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, you know, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out
From
through
the
the
side
window.
door.
But it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct?
And
Again,
the
I was focused on the
V-shaped
vehicle.
tire tracks were far.
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Giannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he
Miguelina, I
was
dropped
not
you a
done
note
with
in
this.
our
It's my
chat.
fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be
Yeah,
cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor.
And this is why they are getting
Did you get
heated.
your full answer out, sir?
I did.
You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Why were you focusing on
I'm
the
gonna try
SUV?
that
Well,
question
no,
again
that's
and
not
see
fair.
if
We
I
know
can get a
why
yes
he
or
was
no
focusing on the SUV. It's because he was waiting for
If
John to
you
come
were able
in.
to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it,
Sir,
it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused
Oh.
on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
But let me be clear.
sir, the lawn is before the road. If you are looking at the road, you are looking over the lawn. Why are we fighting over this?
I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Correct.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in
Right.
time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
I don't know
And,
why there's an objection to
Last
that.
question on this point. At no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
No, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Huh. That's a lot of exposition.
Now, after
There was music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything. Was there something to hear, or was there not something to hear? Sir?
point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
No, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 140, 145. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you
Like, why,
subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's
Or
correct.
pieces of
Or 45
taillight.
pieces of red plastic taillight,
Right.
correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn,
He said
correct?
that multiple
No,
times.
I wish I did, but I didn't.
You're not the only one who
As you
said
were
that that
walking
way.
out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
That's what he said.
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes or
Yes,
no?
that's correct.
And then coming out, you would
Don't
have
say
had the same
right
view
when you're
that you
saying
had
left.
the first time, correct?
Correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, you know, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera.
When you came out
You
the
didn't see
second
any
time,
of
you
that
didn't see
stuff
anything.
at any point the second time, correct?
I don't think he agrees
Correct,
he
I did
came
not
out a
see anything.
second time.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Albert's property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie
saw.
Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah,
what
I
he's
did
talking
not hear her
about
say
in
it.
the
in the
car.
car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road.
You heard them
The
talking
windshield
about peanut
wipers, it
butter
was
and jelly
snowing pretty
time,
heavily.
though.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You
You
heard
didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct.
The new
Not
ones.
have earpods in.
And you never
you heard them talking about peanut butter and jelly time, though. So you heard them talking.
stopped a car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
We weren't concerned.
Yes.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
You wanted
she
to
was
tell her to shut
hysterical.
up.
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
But was she
In a
hysterical?
hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood,
That's a good
correct?
point.
She was loud, correct.
And other than screaming Jen, Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert.
That's-
In addition to Officer.
At that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
At some moment, did you see someone else?
Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Oh, I'm very interested to hear about this. Tell me everything.
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure.
Tell
You
me
had a
more.
group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
I would love
Sure.
to hear it.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
Do you recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
What?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall.
Reflect your
that
memory? I have
specific
questions.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing in
day.
the
I was not
neighborhood?
monitoring
Whoa,
anything
let him-
that the troopers were doing.
Let him finish his answer.
If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Oh boy.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and
If I saw
27
the troopers, I
seconds.
saw the troopers.
You texted.
Carly in the chat said, you'll agree with me, sounds like leading. We're on cross-examination. He's allowed to lead all he wants. This witness is not really going along with it because he keeps adding stuff. But, well, this took a turn. So chat, I appreciate you. I'm just going to remind real quick. I had a speaking engagement this morning for a bar association to talk to fellow members of my profession. So I appreciate that some of you have already seen what is coming. I have not, and lots of this chat have not. I know sometimes it is really hard when you know what's happening and that the kid sees dead people or whatever to not spoil it. But because this just happened a little bit ago, I appreciate the no spoilers in the chat. I need you to please make, like River Song, no spoilers. We are just going to watch together. So some of us have not seen this yet. If you have, it is okay to just pause for a moment as we catch up in real time. Thank you.
Your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house. Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm sure the neighbors are thrilled.
02150.
No, show it to him. Don't.
Attach it?
Oh,
You
show it to
Show it to Mr. Hill and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
The defense does a good job at making light of the moments they have in court. The
I'm showing you
prosecution does not do it
documents,
as
sir,
well.
And if you look up or
Every lawyer has moments when they're like, I am in the middle of the thing and I have forgotten myself. Let me show the prosecutor. Let me show the court. Let me mark it into evidence. The defense does a good job of humanizing those moments.
look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I don't use glasses, but I can't
Yannetti,
see
give
this.
him your readers.
So maybe I need glasses.
Yannetti, bring the readers. Notice Yannetti did not
I'm
offer
making
him
it out.
readers.
I got it.
I do have
Is it a light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear
not. It's just dark, but I got it.
Somebody give the man readers. I don't know if he can't read it or doesn't want to. So we'll see. I want to see what the answers are before I decide how I feel about whether or not he can't see it. Because sometimes you just can't see.
What the hell? How is that?
What the hell is an interesting
If you're
moment?
struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
all your time. The time.
Yeah.
He's
I
like,
got
my
it.
arms are too short and the light is
I see
not
it.
good.
If I may just grab
Yes.
that.
Thank you.
Like, just, sir, did he say you were
Having
49?
reviewed that document, is your
Sir, let me just life tip here. Embrace the readers. It's just time. It's just time. Look, man, my eye doctor called me old in 7 different ways the last time I went. It's time to embrace the readers and maybe get out the little flashlight on your phone. So, perhaps.
memory refresh?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The troopers were outside of the house. Yes.
Right. That's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
Okay. So you mean that
You didn't just
a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes.
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
You didn't just use the
Correct.
house
They
number?
lived, if you come out of Fairview, they
Didn't
lived to
just
the
say
right
the neighbors.
of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never met them, sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar.
Oh, they're going to sidebar. Of course they're going to sidebar because some of this is going to get a bit far afield on whether it's relevant to this case.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one? I'm just making sure.
I understand. I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay,
If with the court's permission.
Sure.
thank you.
Chad, I don't know how he knows the race of the neighbors if he never met them. I do not know. And I'm not zooming because I want to see his face as he is watching, as he is reading
That's
the
what I was
text
just looking
messages.
for.
If I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Okay, thank you.
You?
You're welcome.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was, right now?
Yes,
And then you said yes, correct?
yes,
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading,
Is that how he replied?
that's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text, correct?
Can you show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the
I didn't
text?
see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. That's probably because I didn't give it to you.
Well, you can't ask him a question about something you haven't shown him. So,
May I push?
Yes.
it's a long wait while they go over what looks like a fleet of text messages. Those are all cell phone extracted
I'm showing you 2 pages.
based on my observation of the information at the bottom that we can see. Those look extracted. I don't know whose phone they're extracted from because we haven't gotten there yet, but those are extracted from somebody's phone.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
Oh,
Just
Nancy.
The judge is like, can we please? Is that the court reporter being the hero again? The court reporter's like, I have a phone with a flashlight. He was probably told not to bring his phone to the witness stand. I think the court reporter and I
Very
might have
much.
the same cell phone case.
All right, much better.
Good Lord. We're going to zoom through some of this as he reads these. Is that the judge's phone? No. She's handing it back to one of the assistants. Why does the judge seem annoyed?
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge?
As to this part, because it is slogging and he's like, I can't see it. And the judge has no way to fix that problem. There's no light on the stand and it's slowing it down. And this trial is moving at a very slow pace. So
that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
All right. You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
but then did you stop to watch? If
So
you're getting a photo, you're not
you-
still driving, obviously.
You happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes,
And then you didn't just keep
Driving.
driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
How are you
I
going to get a
don't,
picture then?
unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Somebody
Well,
say it's a
I think I
goddamn
went through.
arm race.
I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture.
That's
I don't know if I took a picture or not.
You didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front
Right,
of the
you
house.
wanted
Correct.
to continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen at sidebar?
Okay.
Okay. Oh boy, that is a long sidebar. Oh, are they taking the morning break because of this sidebar? Seems like it. Well, we've made it to the morning break, so there's that. I'm curious to see if they're going to put this on the record, because it makes it a little easier to glean what the defense is arguing here. They haven't brought the audio back in. Seems like the judge is excusing the jury. I'm trying to patiently wait for the audio to come back, and I am not patient today at all. Y'all can tell it's Friday. There we go.
Hold on one second. Is there any objection from counsel if Mr. McCabe brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again? So why don't you do that? Okay. You're awesome. Thank you.
Somebody get him some readers. I'm teasing internet. Don't actually get him readers. All right, we're gonna zoom right past the morning break.
Thank you.
All right, so does this appear to be?
And to the witness being back on the stand with these text messages, I have a feeling we're gonna be here for a minute with the
The court's
texts.
permission.
So, all right.
Giannetti?
I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure.
Oh,
Thank you.
Samantha, this trial is so confusing. I am frustrated.
I'd just
I
like you to take a
do
look
not
at
like
them
living in
and just confirm
confusion.
That's what you've already seen.
We talked about it on the members only yesterday. Living in confusion is deeply frustrating. I would just like to understand. We are at the end of week 3, and I know nothing. These jurors must be so exhausted. I'm sure the attorneys and the defendant are also exhausted. I mean, everybody seems exhausted. Kara, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. One Vintage Watch, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Bella Cat, not Bella Child, thank you for the gifted membership. I'm going to go through
Yes,
super chats
the
as I
ones you showed me
can.
earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach you?
Yes.
Lisa, glad to
Having
have you here.
reviewed those,
Good
sir,
morning, Matt Bond.
Does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right. The only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Your Honor, seriously, Your Honor, could you have done this before the jury came back into the room? Like, you could have had this conversation with the lawyers before everybody left. Like, this judge runs off the bench. and could have asked the lawyers about the concerns. All right, good. We get to put them up on the, hopefully they're redacted. I don't know if they are.
Do you
Or
want
not.
me
Oh, thank Christ. Look at that. They are, and by the way, I will thank all of the things like, you know, this morning, thank coffee,
If you
but
would display the first page, 21.
I'm so glad they are actually redacted. It's so helpful. Look at that. If these are digital, the jury can be provided them digitally and look at them in the jury room digitally. Oh no, not the spinny wheel on the stream. Oh, I really want to know what these texts say, chat. I am riveted, but I am being spinny wheeled. Give me a second. Let's see if we can fix that. All right, I'm gonna have to jump around. Oh, we're going full house of pain. We're going to have to jump around. There we go. Maybe not. Maybe we're just going to keep hitting the same buffer.
And feel free to use the flashlight there.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, chat. Yep, there was a dead zone.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial.
And looks like more has been dug up there,
We talked about, can you confirm
or at least looks like it.
what we texted at 1:30?
And then the sound went mono. Are you fucking joking me? It's Friday. Like, how did the audio change? Something must have happened to the feed. This went mono for a minute. I don't know if it will recover. It normally does. So
4 and 27 seconds.
this is going left ear only. Apologies.
Yes. Do you want
This
me
is between Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Coco,
Cooper's
and
back
Uncle
out front, but in
Benin.
front of Agent House.
BNAN. Oh no,
Looks
that's Brian.
like more has been dug up there for at least there, or at least
looks like it.
Oh, and, Mr. Bates, if you go down the page, this is the responses.
The sound just got wonky.
And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
that would be Brian
Albert.
Uncle Brian A.
Yeah, yep, senior.
And his response was?
Right now.
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be his question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna see if I can find a feed that has. You guys are saying sound comes back. Okay, we'll just write it out. If sound comes back to this, it's gonna be all the feeds. So we'll just do our best. If it's a feed issue, it's all the feeds. I don't know whose phone these are originally from, so it's hard to tell which phone these were extracted from, and nobody's said. So.
Yes, please. And you responded to Brian by saying.
He responded, yes, we know this.
What to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange, Mr. Bates? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again,
And his response was?
okay.
You have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
You mean at his house?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now,
Is he asking for
I'd assume
speculation?
he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else,
Yes,
yeah.
he is asking for speculation.
okay, and your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was
Carolyn, I appreciate the story.
I had to pick up a car,
I
so
love
I
our
drove
pediatric
through.
dentists.
Right, so this is a little further than we talk to
Oh, I know with work.
I had to pick up a car, so drove through. Well, that's consistent with what he was just saying, is that he kept going.
So take this one down, please.
I'm zooming. That's a whole lot of text they have.
This debate's on 2152.
It's a big old stack of texts. Stacks and stacks of texts.
Now we're at 1:35 p.m. and 16 seconds.
1:35 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text.
Trying to get a picture. Okay.
You, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert, is what?
Trying to get pictures.
No, that's not what it says.
At this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it.
Oh my God, I'm going to become the get off my lawn person.
The next
Hold on.
bubble,
The
comes
squirrel.
from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
And that's at 1:35 and 30
Mr. Yannetti, let him,
I'm sorry.
the screen speaks for itself. If
What-
it
what-
doesn't, then the witness can.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35:32.
And his response, does that appear to be a typo?
It says PK
PK.
instead of okay.
I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that would be 21:53, please, just off.
Y'all are saying justice for squirrel, justice for the birds.
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35:34 or 1:38:34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure. And his response was,
Okay.
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and
Well, the previous one you tested.
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off for a minute. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Calls for speculation.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
Okay. Jurors,
Oh, he sounds annoyed AF under his breath with the oh my God that you probably can't hear in court, but we could definitely hear on the microphone. Hopefully the sound will come back as we zoom through these sidebars with them clearly going through these texts. And we have multiple more of these witnesses to come. None of these came up with Brian Albert, so it's interesting that we're getting to these first with Matt McCabe. I imagine we'll get to them also with Jen McCabe.
He can have. So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
The witness
So,
would
what I'm
also
going
like
do
to not be
now,
left in the dark, I imagine.
Is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
Thank you.
Excuse me. This is going to be a long road. And what's hard for the juries is it's not smooth. Like they don't get to zoom. Oh, we banged. Thanks, guys. The jury doesn't get to zoom. So they are sitting there through the length of every sidebar, which makes everything very disjointed. So it's It's a lot. Who, oh my God, did this witness under his breath? He was just like, oh my God. Like, are we still going through these texts? Yes, we are still going through these texts, sir. I imagine we're going to go through a bunch of them. And while he's reading those texts with his flashlight,
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yanni.
The
I'm also
pages
gonna
that
say,
I've
oh my God.
handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well.
thank you for no spoilers,
Yes.
chat.
I would offer that now.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, they are marking a number of exhibits.
And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No? Or Jim, was it, Mr. United, was this in the, what was marked for, you're using that? All right.
I believe we have extra copies here.
She was like, Jim, do we have any extra copies?
All right. And if it's a question by question objection, just,
May that be displayed on?
We're just going to go through it, it sounds like.
may what be displayed?
Well, I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
Who are you talking
Those
about?
were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
Who are you talking
May that
about?
be displayed here?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
What now?
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's
Yes,
the second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05.
Who are they
and
talking about?
32 seconds. You replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that. Strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which is
His
at 3:05
Brian
and
Alberts?
2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes,
They
that's
might
correct.
be talking about Jen.
Now,
He didn't ask.
with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
Carrie.
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
He knows there's other text
I'm
there.
going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
And I've opened the.
Collar feel
Okay.
a little much at the moment,
Look up at me when you're done.
sir? Does it feel a little? Oh, boy. Thank you all for the compliments on the hair. I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Got a haircut.
Again, my assumption it's Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Yeah, they're your texts, sir. Go ahead and read them. We're here now. Y'all are talking about this case an awful lot.
Okay. that's what I was.
I will say what I appreciate about this witness is he did say, yeah, we talked about it a lot. I'm surprised this didn't come up with Brian Albert. Aren't you? We'll see where that goes.
Looking for.
Yes.
It's a lot of conversation
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about
with the phones that weren't rehomed.
the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
How did you know? How did you know how long she was interviewed for?
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct?
Yes, chat, they can't
Remember you
recall
said
witnesses.
The whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, but I-
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022,
Oh,
at
before.
12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to.
Because she can't see it. Oh,
Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long.
this is not smoothly presented because there are not enough copies for everybody. That is one of the things that is causing an issue
You know
at
what,
the
Ms.
moment.
Giannetti, why don't you?
She's so pissed. Allison, thank you.
So you're objecting to it? So
Thank you for the gifted memberships. I absolutely appreciate it, Allison. I understand. Sometimes I get quite annoyed with this judge's frustration. I understand the frustration now. I will say that I think sometimes the judge brings this on herself because she is not checking in with the lawyers like at back from break. The jury is sitting there when the judge comes out on the bench, so they can't address it beforehand. The defense knew these were coming up. There should be copies for everyone because they know that there's going to be objections to every single part of this and they need to go through it. She should have come out onto the bench, or someone should have let her know. I would imagine the prosecution. Hey, the defense is bringing in these text messages. We have objections to all of it. We need to handle it outside the presence of the jury. And that could have limited this. Some of the aggravation the judge brings on herself. Some of it is because the defense should have copies for everybody while they're going over these things. It's tough. They just want to put these up on the screen, but there is a process to go through. But again, the judge does not easily make herself available. And now you can see the annoyance.
I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
Yes, will do.
Which one is this?
Second bubble on 02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking him about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148.
This could have been done
I will
without the jury
allow-
there.
The author of the third bubble
It,
on page 02148.
no. The second bubble on 02148,
Is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
She practically threw that paper. Kate said, is there going to be an afternoon stream? We're going to roll right through. So we're going to just, move. We're going to break on through to the other side. So I'm going to just keep going because we're going to be able to jump over the lunch break. This should have, yeah, they're now bringing the jury back in. This should have all been handled. Oh, there we go. I missed an argument. This should have all been handled outside the presence of the jury. The judge does not make that easy for these attorneys, which I've been really critical of because of the way she comes out onto the bench. I don't know why that's her practice. I have no idea. But I don't know who's whistling. But
Yes, please.
Can I have the jury back, please?
at some point, the jury got excused while they were doing this. So that is the judge's process to let the jury, to have the jury in before she comes in. But it's slowing things down at this point because the attorneys don't have a chance to just have this conversation. And now they are having to go text by text by text. Again, I'm surprised the defense didn't have text for everybody. And they are all going through these texts. I can't even see what Lolly's looking at, if anything. So this is a long, slow process to get here right now.
These you intend to use.
I'm hoping this feed will pop up. You guys have seen it in other trials. For those of you saying I miss Judge Newman, other judges come out and check in with the attorneys. Is there anything we need to put on the record? Anything we need to do so that the jury can at least sit comfortably and wait while these things happen? Because these things will happen.
That we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
I couldn't hear the beginning of that because the feed stuttered, but the judge was saying we need to avoid all of this. Just bring a copy. The jury is now coming back in. Finally, they can do some of this over the lunch break, I imagine.
Stanetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds,
I just want to hear the text at this point.
texted the group chat.
Like everyone knew these were coming. This is not a
saying,
surprise to
"Ask
anybody.
Chris to ask some questions," correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who is the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Tell them the guy never went in the house,"
What?
correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text.
What?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
I'm so. What? Your group text is tell them the guy never went in the house? Sir. This is your group this is your group text. You didn't think this was going to come up? The prosecutor didn't think this was going to come up? How are we here when this is what's in the text that everybody presumably has? What the fuck have we been doing for...
And Nicole Albert, quote,
3 weeks?
"Tell them the guy never went in the house," correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
The
When you
guy?
told the group,
You're texting this 2 days after he died on your brother-in-law's lawn. And your comment is, tell them the guy never went in the house? The fuck? Do any of you all give a shit about any? No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm just going to keep reading.
to tell them the guy never went in the house.
All of the what the fuck.
That was...
No, you know what? you know what, chat? Motion granted. Motion granted. First of all, that. Some code red fuckery is what we've got. We've got some code red fuckery. You know what the fuckeriest fuckery of this is? I don't know this for a fact. This is Emily's speculation. I've not speculated much during this trial at all, but here we fucking go. I have to wonder if this extraction was done by state troopers or by the feds. Who extracted these phones? At what point did this finally become clear that in the midst of everyone being interviewed, someone finally extracted the phones? Because I am now hastened, reticent to believe that it was actually the state troopers and Trooper Proctor that extracted these phones and looked at these text messages. I just have to wonder if this was part of the discovery that came from the feds. I don't know if it is or if it isn't. It's not relevant to the jury if it is or if it isn't. But how do you do anything in this case but question what the fuck this investigation did, and why are we sitting here for 3 weeks before this comes up? And how did the prosecution not? At some point, doesn't it feel like the prosecution is just like throwing witnesses up there and then being like, do what you will. Good luck. And when they ask about the prosecution's prep, they're like, have you talked to the prosecutor? No, not for like 2 months. The prosecution's just like, what did you see? You're going to get cross-examined. Good luck with that, buddy. You're on your own. For those of you that are new here, Code Red is our DEF CON level what the fuck or what the fuckery. Right now, fuckery is where we're at. We're at some DEF CON level fuckery for those of you that are flash sensitive. For those that, just a note for those that get in the comments and are like, why do you have to say that every time? We have a neurospicy and diverse community. And so I am always going to give flash warnings because it is flashy and no one likes a migraine or other effects of flashiness. The flash will end when the music does. So if you are flash sensitive, just know it is flashy. It's time to go to DEF CON Red in 3, 2, 1. I'm going to try to keep it together while we listen to what is happening here, but I think this witness's face actually is what we're thinking. This face is what we're thinking. The guy? Tell them the guy never came in the house. Also, I'm not done ranting yet. Why is the defense fucking around over whether people were playing grab ass with each other for the first half of this cross-examination when this is what was waiting in the cross-examination? Why are we worried about them at the bar when this is what is waiting? Fuck the shit at the bar. I want to know all about the group text messages. Fuck them at the bar. What about this? This is some bullshit.
You talking about how you should all get your
Yeah, I'm living for your explanation on this.
name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
The guy?
When you told the group,
The guy.
tell them the guy never went in the house,
The guy.
that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
What was it then?
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said,
It's a fact.
tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here.
And for him to say it's a fact at this point, chat, and this might not be popular with everybody, at this point, I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it matters if John O'Keefe went in the house or not, because this trial is Karen Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this trial, these texts are a lot of doubt. So whether it's a fact or not a fact, that is not what the defense is here to prove. The defense is here to raise doubt. I don't know how you're overcoming this. So whether or not it is a fact is a question for another day. But whether or not it is doubt is very much the question for today. But also, you didn't say fact with a whole lot of confidence.
51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris,
He's laughing at him.
should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Was
Yes,
that
he
word
did.
yup?
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're
Yannetti,
done here.
that delivery was beautiful. I don't know how the prosecution fixes this, because I don't know if this witness is going to try to say, no, we were just confirming what we already knew. And he was saying, exactly, that's exactly what happened. But it doesn't necessarily matter, because the prosecution didn't get out in front of it. And Yannetti has just like, exactly. So that's it. And I think he says, I'm done with him at the end of that. Remember, at the end of this case, when they get to jury instructions, the jury will be told if there are two reasonable interpretations of any fact, you must pick the one that points towards innocence. Massachusetts might say not guilty. They might say innocence. It'll be one of the two. But they will be told if there are two reasonable interpretations of that colloquy, you have to pick the one that points towards not guilt. I don't know how you overcome that. I'm also surprised John O'Keefe's brother hasn't like leapt over the bar at this point and just started yelling at these people. It was a great delivery of this cross, though.
So the guy never went in the house. You would agree with me that he
Wow.
responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
All right, we're done here.
We're done here.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Good luck. That was meaner than it needed to be. No, it wasn't. I don't know how the Commonwealth thought that not asking about this.
McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night. Is that correct?
I don't know how the Commonwealth thought not asking about this on direct was going to help them. We're done here is exactly how the defense is feeling. Woof.
Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you obviously, this, death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Lally can't keep his voice up. He feels defeated,
Tragic
Your
occurrence
Honor.
as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how. That was something that you discussed within your family. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Or what?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? It was, no one knew what happened. John never showed it, never came in the house. So we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The guy? The guy? The guy is someone you were friends with.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No,
The texts speak for
Did
themselves,
anyone in your
Lally.
family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
no,
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
yes,
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
Yeah, Lolly, good luck.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
I mean, Lolly's at least redirecting with a straight face.
As far as the
So,
tire marks that you were
kudos.
talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was hit?
It was after.
Now, you were asking questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yeah, we don't care anymore, Lolly.
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
Hey, Lolly, the text messages are
You
ringing
asked questions
loud.
about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
The texts, Lolly.
Yes, I was.
You
the
didn't see him,
texts.
correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
As far
Lolly, what if any tint on the windows of the Lexus aren't going to really matter with the text messages that we just talked about? Because is Lolly going to try to argue they were just confirming what they all knew? Because even then, it's not going to work well, I don't think. Because I saw a lot of this chat was like, I understand this witness. I like this witness. This makes sense. Blah, 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 blah. Then you get to the text and everybody went the fuck? Which is why you wait till the end of a case. But I don't know how you recovered this witness's testimony with those texts. Because he's just like, yeah, that's what we said. Sure.
as any statements that
Sure, Lolly.
Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something,
Sure,
picking up
Lolly.
a car or something, it says. I don't recall where. And I cut down Fairview.
Okay.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, you recall that?
Yeah.
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
What's getting
Recall
dug
what
up?
that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out
You
the
do?
snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out in the around the around the scene.
Yeah, sure.
By the scene, you mean around where the flagpole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
Did you recall any sort of change?
How do
in
you know
weather
that's the
between
scene?
29th and February 1st?
I need different lip gloss.
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
How do you know it's the scene though?
Now, when you and your wife were
I know some of you said he was never likable. I get it.
to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar
Holy
with
fuck, nobody
where
cares about Bella's
was.
house.
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella?
Lolly, you have missed the point. Nobody cares about Bella. Nobody cares about where Bella's house is.
Bella's mother.
You're misreading
at some
the room,
point,
Lolly.
Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And
Why are we
after-
putting everybody's business on fucking blast right now? Lolly? Oh, we're putting the victim's business on blast now. The guy, Lolly? Lolly, you're going to actively piss this jury off with this.
You were given directions. There was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was.
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
What
So
are your
with
texts?
regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house,
Who's them?
who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
Sure.
I think I know. I just want to read it.
That's not going to help.
The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
Tell the news?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is, you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February
February 1st.
1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed I was saying,
Instructed?
we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No.
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was.
Objection,
Did I
Your
not?
Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay. So your answer to my question is, the them was, you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was
Yes or no?
referencing. Yes.
No further question.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe.
He
I
is
will
not
take
all
those
set by
documents.
far, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Your next witness, please, Mr.
Oh,
Lally.
it better be
Yes,
Jen
Your Honor.
McCabe.
The call Jennifer McCabe to the
Yep.
stand.
Jimmy.
Well, at least the jury is like, oh, I'm dying to hear what she has to say on this Friday. I imagine she's probably going to be the rest of the day. This is going to be witness 40. I am just witness 39. What the fuck is happening today?
Watch your step.
Can we skip direct examination? No, we can't. No, we can't. Magdalena, will you let the text know or the app know that this is where we're at the moment? Because we have all been waiting to hear from Jen McCabe. Your name has been said in court more than Karen Reed's
All right,
has.
whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
Approximately 20, well, My whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where you live currently in Canton, how long have you lived there?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
I'm going to
And prior to that, where did you
speed
live?
this up to 1.25.
15 Sutcliffe Ave.
I might
in
go
Canton.
faster if we
How
need
long did you
to.
live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, you live there?
We're going
I
to
live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
we're
And,
just
how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
we're just going to zoom.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Ma'am, are you in any
Friday and
group
Saturday.
texts?
So starting with
I wanna know
Friday,
about group texts, ma'am.
January 28th in the evening.
Group
Do you
chats.
recall, what was going on that night?
Can we go to that first?
What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team.
Did the girls hockey team invite over anyone from Advantage hockey team? And by the way, one of the law nerds said in the comments section yesterday that Advantage essentially is your bank or your investment broker and not in fact a hockey team, which I thought was hilarious. But can we skip to, did you go to the waterfall?
She was on varsity team, is that right?
Oh my
Yes.
God, she's on varsity basketball.
Yes.
I never knew.
And with respect to just
I never
basketball in
knew.
general, when the kids were younger, what if any role did you have in regard to that?
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, or the town program.
The judge says, I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly. Will he, though, Your Honor? Will he move on quickly? Because I feel like he's not gonna.
For how many years?
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade, and then I was also a coach for my daughter Olivia.
Not
I think
it.
starting when she was in 6th grade, and with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on up until 8th grade.
Is basketball in any way relevant to this fucking trial?
As far as the high school game was concerned, is there sort of a typical start time for high school basketball game?
It starts at 6:30.
Move on. We know the time. Move on.
After the basketball game, where did you?
My husband and I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the
Finally.
waterfall.
The judge is like,
And which sister is that?
My
Six-
sister Nicole,
How many sisters do you
3,
well,
have? And
thanks
do you
to the
recall what
judge.
time it was that you got to the waterfall?
approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband Matt and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car. Yes,
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think Denali. Yeah.
So bigger type vehicles? that-
Yes, big SUV.
Now, with respect to, you got a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what if any connection did that have between cell phone and vehicle?
Oh my God, Lovely, we understand how
At that point,
Bluetooth works.
Don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Chad, I
When you
apologize
arrived to the waterfall, did you go
to
right
leave
in
you
there?
alone while they're at the waterfall.
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
But since we are zooming
And,
through the
at some
testimony
point,
today,
did you and your husband man go in?
I'm
Yes.
running to the restroom.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the 3rd table.
Was it a high top?
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that day?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolakitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone from the group, had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes,
And how long had you known John?
approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes,
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what if any role or what if any relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
John just has a record reflect identification.
Yes.
By the witness. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed?
Yes.
Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you're familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Over the course of time,
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. There were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what sport month it is and what team we're with.
Chat. I might need to speed this up even more.
Describe your relationship with Ms. Reed.
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect,
That's not
respect
even
to
fast enough.
either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed or anything, or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Ms. Reed specifically?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
All right. Jen McEwen said, Emily, if you have something to do, we understand if you need to leave for the rest. Oh, no, I don't need to leave for the rest of the day. It's been a morning because I did a bar association talk and I just needed to take a moment to use the restroom and grab a little lunch because we're going to zoom through the lunch hour to catch up to real court because what is happening today?
With regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed. Is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar. Mm-hmm.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the water.
Mm-hmm.
You arrived about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar?
Correct.
And when they came into the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe
Not the table.
or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had
Oh my gosh.
brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
It had clear liquid in it and a lime.
I believe it had ridges on it.
That's
what, if anything,
new.
did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
He doesn't give a
It was
shit
clear.
if the glass has
Or any
ridges.
other kind of like a straw
Like
or lime
Ruffles.
or anything like that?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point, did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
Where were
CF McCarthy's,
Where is that in location to the waterfall?
just right up the street.
I think we
Now,
all know
over
without a map
course
where
of the
CF
evening,
McCarthy's
you were
is
at
to
a
the
bar.
waterfall at this point.
So you were drinking, is that right?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
What
Do you recall
kind
him
of
drinking, and if so, what, if anything, was he?
Lolly?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be
Oh my
certain.
God.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as do you recall her drinking, and if so, what, if anything, do you recall?
Can't be certain.
Again, I remember just a glass with a clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that
You
correct?
guys, I agree with
Yes.
you. I don't think the jury's paying attention to any of this.
Let me ask you this.
They've heard it all before.
With respect to the time
And
that you were
I
at the
imagine,
waterfall,
like us, they are still reeling from the last revelations.
Yes, briefly at the bar.
I have put this court volume up unless it went back down.
What it was that you talked about?
Let me try again.
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so
we
he was very
all know
excited.
at this point.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes,
And do you recall what, if anything, that you spoke about?
yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they have a fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
Green asked if I felt negatively about choosing
Over the
this
course of,
trial.
the evening of the
No.
waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there
I
amongst the group as
feel
far as
frustrated
going somewhere next, or what to do after?
with
after the
not
waterfall?
following what's happening.
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
The way this is
And,
being
was
presented
that
is
something that was
so
brought up by the
frustratingly
defense
slow.
more than once or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to DNA and making food?
So Ryan, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall?
Oh my God.
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
We know.
To be clear, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes.
And did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
He did not know.
You know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home.
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what, if any, other discussion was had as to
There is
where people were going and what was happening after?
7 people have testified to this.
Brian Albert Sr. Just made
The only thing that's clear is that people went to the waterfall. They asked to go to D&E to get pizza. There was a weight loss challenge. Somebody drank Crystal Light. I'm teasing. It was her husband that drank Crystal Light with vodka. The things that are clear are all of this. It's not in controversy. It was snowing. They went to the waterfall. They left at various times. That's on video. After they left the waterfall is
General,
where shit gets real
hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink
sketchy.
with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone, like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table.
But if
what,
he's
any
feeling
discussion
anxious, why
did you
bring
have
everyone
in
back to the
regard
house?
Either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Feel
Both of
bad for
them.
Brian Jr.
I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they were coming?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall,
Why drag the
if
whole
anyone
group
left
back
with you or left
to your
at the same
nephew's
time?
house?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes.
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
For those
Yes.
asking, the Kolakithis were invited. Miss Kolakithis was very clear that she was going the fuck home, which is where she wanted to stay all night.
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So
She
at one
was
point I
ready to
said,
be
oh, Karen, why
done.
don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me? And they can meet us.
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to what?
Oh my God, we don't care where it's
I
parked.
believe I had to kind of walk straight out
In the parking lot?
in the parking lot, yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have a conversation with him in the parking lot?
Did you
while were out
see him get into
I
Karen's
believe
car?
briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke, yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this first. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall?
You guys could write Lally's direct examinations
Yes, I would say,
for him
it
at
was
this
starting
point.
to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield?
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes in?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been because it was my phone and I was driving. So
I'd
I
move
would
this
have
back to normal speed.
had it over the car.
I want to hear what they're talking to.
Paired up with your car.
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone
John
in when I
O'Keefe.
get in, if I'm driving.
I want to hear what they're
And
talking to
so
John
your
about.
husband in the car, it's fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation.
Calls for
as far as
speculation.
you and Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
I'm going to start objecting
So
just on my
that
own.
initial call that you
From the
placed to
internet.
Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address. And then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, go this way. And then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom.
And so as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, it's right, go past Bella's street.
The Bella child?
It's at the bottom of the hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
It's
Yes.
it's notable to me in this case, and I'm going to talk over her.
With regard to
'Cause they are
your sister's
covering-
husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
How long have you known Brian?
Since I was in kindergarten, very
Yeah.
long time.
So
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they'd been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and
what?
before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman.
Her
and one
sister's
end of it is
relationship with
Cedar,
Brian?
correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, do you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or go to Chapman in order to get onto Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that
So,
the way that you went as far as going?
As they are continuing to talk about what, if any, directions, what, if anyone was given, and what, if any, way they drove, what's notable to me is everything in this case seems pretty clear up until leaving the waterfall. Everything is fairly consistent. Everything has natural variances, and we were drinking, and this is what we did or not. Once everyone leaves the waterfall, nothing makes sense. Day after day after day, nothing after they leave makes sense.
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. What, if any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road
What,
sort of
if
situate
anything,
it
did
from
they
the
present at the
Chapman
grand
side
jury
down
at this
where
point?
Your sister lived at 34 Fairview?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
A
Well, the
precipitous
first
hill.
is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
This is the hill Lolly has chosen to die on, apparently.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you
Hear
tell
anyone
whether or
else?
not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
Wasn't Karen being like, Jen, where are we going?
As when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when
Was he driving?
he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in
He was driving.
singular or plural or something else?
No, more general. Like, where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference?
Was he
during
driving?
the time that you were
Like,
talking
seriously,
to
was he?
anyone he was with?
No.
Because I'm not sure he wasn't.
And now, as far as the second call, you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella Street, and it's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that, through his niece, John O'Keefe, would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now we know why,
at this
though.
time, at this time, what, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
Why does it
They
matter?
had dated
I'm going to allow it.
It's already in.
They had dated briefly years before.
I'm sped up, and there's still a tremendous amount of distance between
Now-
questions.
Was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? And that second phone call?
Yes.
He wants to ask anything else, but
After
he just
that
can't.
second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
Won't.
No.
Now, you arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway at the house at Fairview essentially has 2 garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top, closer to the house.
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was that you parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in. There was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, do you observe?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone, you can adjust that.
Lilith,
any way you want. So any
her
way you
husband
want.
was driving
Okay.
after they left. She drove from the waterfall.
Okay. And so when you come into the house, where were, you mentioned a table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening that you were there?
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking
What, if
about
any,
Brian,
humorous
that's,
video
Brian
was
Albert
there?
Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah,
So
little
we're gonna
Brian.
have to go
Yeah,
through that
little
again.
Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
And how do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin friends, or is Colin friends with your oldest daughter, Allie?
Yes, they're born a week or two apart, and we've kind of just, they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No,
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
no,
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter?
Can we go on a
was there?
side quest? What, if any, members of the Advantage team did Allie date, and did it
With
piss off
reference, to
Colin? I'm just curious about the drama
at any point in time
with the other
did
hockey
John
team at this
O'Keefe ever
point,
come
because
inside the house?
none of this
No.
is about Karen Reed at this moment.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Now,
Just roll the tape. There's video
similar
of
to
what
I
time you
asked
left
about
the waterfall.
As far as the sort of mood, demeanor inside the house, what, if anything, do you recall with respect to that?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no, Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. You know, just a normal night.
Then
Now,
why
while
so
you
many
were
phone
in,
calls
the
for
kitchen
just
dining room
a
area
normal
at the time
night?
that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody?
Why calls
from
that
the
weren't
group
answered?
that
Why
you
rehomed
described,
phones?
Go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else?
Also,
upstairs,
Chad, I should say, I don't
downstairs,
actually
basement area, or anywhere
want
else in the house?
outside
No.
information about
Now,
her daughter and Colin. I was being
you were driving, you
facetious
put your
about the
phone up to
tedium that we
charge,
are
is
getting
that
into
right?
in this case.
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
Why does it matter?
You mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel
He's asked multiple
was
witnesses about her
closer
charging her
to
phone.
Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then,
That's
but
exactly what your
I was
husband
definitely
said.
familiar with Julie, and she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
And now with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she not
And
mention him
That
before?
was also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him?
Why are we restating the answers
Yes.
multiple times?
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, right?
Yes.
Nagel went outside.
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes, her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
Objection. I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything, did you?
Excuse me?
It's even painful at 1.25.
What were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do that?
I went to the front door.
And
Was your husband standing right there?
Home, leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
Were you
As far as
standing
the front door was
next to your
concerned,
husband?
Is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door?
It doesn't
or is
matter.
Another door in front of
Ask which door.
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
it? And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle, and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side. so
Nothing's
you're standing
clear,
at the storm
Lolly.
door,
Mhm.
see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From
Mhm.
your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, could you tell anything else about it as far as the make or model, or did you recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022.
You didn't recognize it at all?
Any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicles did he have?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old-fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed,
Old-fashioned car? Like
what
a-
kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Like a classic
Yes.
car,
What
ma'am.
kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
Was that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle
A
that you
small
saw
SUV?
outside of the residence,
The Lexus
there,
LX is not a
the
small
front door was
SUV.
actually
The RX is a
consistent with
small
what you knew Ms.
SUV.
Reed to be driving at that time.
Yes.
Aren't you all friends?
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Sustained.
As far as
It's
that
so
vehicle, when
leading.
you first saw it, could you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running. Yes, I could.
Did you see a
the,
Jeep? I've got
the-
questions.
I could tell it was running. It had the tail lights. I could see the red.
You could
I'm
see
going
the
to
red.
ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, could you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And
For the
as far as
chat,
the interior
motions
of
for
the
old-fashioned,
vehicle, were there any
granted.
lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No.
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that? You
That's
saw?
fair, chat. You're saying
observe,
compared to
no.
the Denali, the Lexus LX is a small
Now,
SUV. I mean, compared to the
You see
Denali, it
the
is
vehicle
smaller.
go straight
but it's
ahead
not
of the front door, and then you pull out
small
your
like
phone
a
to text Mr.
Ford
O'Keefe,
Focus.
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark.
Lolly, just bring in the texts, sir. Just texts. Just texts. The texts exist. There is a phone extraction. Just
You think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
we're zooming through all the text being shown to everybody that needs to be shown before they're shown to the witness.
Three-page document, just ask you to look at.
They were all shown to everyone that they needed to be shown to. Except the judge, who looks like, why don't I have a copy of the text at this point? Judge is like, just give me all the text. I want to read them.
Three-page document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, I'm sorry, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
The 28th to the 29th.
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr.
The
Jackson?
exasperation in the judge's voice with this prosecutor at the moment. I mean, she sounded like that towards the defense for sure. But with regard to the prosecutor, she's like, yeah, we should have just gotten there first. This is an extended sidebar for texts that seem to be well known to everyone. Are they just excusing everyone for lunch?
We'll have you back.
I guess so.
Actually, great timing. So we'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. And Ms. McCabe, I'll just ask you to let the jurors walk out first.
Okay, we're going to zoom through lunch.
Goodbye.
They're going to be taking the lunch break. I am going to try to do a quick, very brief recap of the morning, and we're going to zoom. I'm going to wait to see if the court lets them put anything on the record before they go to lunch, just for my own curiosity.
Okay.
Okay,
Because
so we're still in session?
the judge is probably real annoyed about how long the morning took, and I imagine she's going to tell them to speed it the fuck up.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you.
Alan's like, I brought enough for the class, Your Honor. Please don't yell at us again. Here are the text messages.
Yes. All right. Thank you. And then, Mr. Lally, you'll be able to make those redactions that are necessary over the luncheon break?
Yes, Your Honor, I think what we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we will be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print
phone
new
numbers.
copies without the numbers so that they can be
So
used.
the same version.
Exact same thing,
Therefore,
just with,
authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
yes,
All
yes.
right.
Very fair.
Great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
So the court has said a version that is not redacted for authentication, so that all the information is clear if there is an appellate record needed, so that you have a version that has all the numbers on it so it can be authenticated who's talking to what. But then the admitted copy for the jury is going to have those phone numbers except the last 4 redacted. That is absolutely appropriate. The lawyers probably should have done that in advance. Like, it's not unusual that would need to happen. I don't know why it didn't. DAs, all attorneys, because it's not just DAs, all attorneys should be very mindful, especially in a case that is being streamed, to redact those things. Let's do a brief summary of the morning, shall we? Well, the morning of day 14 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed was busy in court because we got to the cross-examination of Matt McCabe, which, after Matt said, I didn't see anyone practice fighting at the bar, they were grab-assing, got into his text messages. It seems that they are maybe from Jen McCabe's phone extraction. That has not been proven in evidence yet, but from looking at them, that's what it seems like. But As we got to the text messages, there is clearly a group chat where Matt McCabe is saying that he was driving by 34 Fairview and troopers were there digging something up. He later said it was snow and that he was going to try to get a picture of that, but that wasn't really the point of those text messages. It was the fact that he was texting Brian Albert's wife, Nicole, his wife, and himself to tell Chris Albert that the guy never came inside, and that Brian Albert responded to that text exactly, and that those texts happened on February 1st, 2022. January 29th is when John O'Keefe, referred to by Matt McCabe as the guy, was found at 34 Fairview. And somehow from February 1st, they said that Chris Albert was supposed to say that to Channel 4 News, that the guy never came inside the house. Unbelievable text messages that the prosecution never brought up. They knew that that was coming in cross-examination. Everyone has these texts. And they never gave this witness an opportunity to explain that before the defense brought it in, which allowed what I think was a very impactful moment for the defense. I'm interested in your thoughts about the impact of that moment. Does it change the way you see this case? Or are you still at, I've got a ton of questions, but I don't know how you overcome these witnesses saying this as it comes to where, if anywhere, Karen Reed is in all of this? Because we went from my wife was screaming in the bedroom from Matt McCabe to no, Karen Reed was screaming over the phone to Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe was fairly calm during all of this, unless you ask Brian Albert and his wife, and then they say she wasn't. To the back and forth that morning, but the group texts afterwards, the missing cell phones afterwards, I don't know how the prosecution is going to overcome that doubt, even if the jury doesn't believe that something was done by any of these parties. How do you believe at this point something was done by Karen Reed? The state has not put anything into evidence yet that shows how they believe Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with his car. And it is the last day of week 3. How is this jury going to get beyond all of the questions that are here? I don't know, but we're going to see what happens this afternoon. Jen McCabe is on the stand. We've got questions about her Google searches for sure. And I imagine this cross-examination will be quite long when, if ever, we get to it. Oh boy. So chat, we zoomed through lunch. I hope you grabbed a snack. I'm going to be eating through some of this too, because we're not breaking for lunch today. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you, Law Nerds. And thank you for everyone who was sitting on your hands because the spoilers were so much today. I appreciate you. Let's get back into court, shall we? What a morning. And now it's 2:13 in the afternoon. What, if any, afternoon is there? Ugh. That was the fastest lunch break ever. So glad we zoomed. Real glad we're at 1.25 speed. No, we're not. We're going back to 1.25.
Good afternoon, court back in session. Please be seated.
Because we need to. Mr. Lally, can you just...
Thank you.
Can you move it? Oh, move it. Yes, this is the witness
right, so
with
Mr.
the...
Lally, just before you begin, folks, I neglected to tell you before or during the testimony of Mr. McCabe, and I don't want to keep repeating instructions, but I do want to remind you when it comes to electronic communications, before you can consider them in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lally. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll multiple seats into, well, let me. Those pages that I've just placed before you, do you recognize the content of those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
They are text messages between myself and John.
And from sort of specifically that time period of the early morning of January 29th through the morning of January 29th?
Yes.
I'm slowing this to normal
And
speed because I
what
want to hear about the
contained
text
those is
between
that
her and the
it's
victim.
An accurate portrayal of the content of those text communications.
Yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew, and you
Ma'am,
had,
this is just the beginning of text messages, I feel.
put into your phone as far as contact.
Yes.
It'd be a lot
And
more.
on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him, and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who answered the phone?
John.
Okay. And then the contact that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you, and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. And this is subject to what we talked about in sidebar?
Yes, understood.
Thank you. That's exhibit 89. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 89, if I could, with the court's permission, publish that to the jury.
Yes.
I hope we'll get to see it. There we go.
Mr. K, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as that exhibit?
Yes.
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this. May we approach?
Sure, why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman? And, thank you.
Okay. They are approaching again regarding the texts. I'm going to see how much I can zoom through this. The sidebars on the text have gotten long. I can't imagine that these texts weren't subject to pretrial litigation. They know that this is all coming in. I will remind, because even though I am frustrated with some of the way stuff is coming in, if these texts were from the FBI or from an extraction done later, both of these parties asked the judge to continue this case. Everyone said, can we continue the case in light of everything? So some of this might just be because they received a lot of new information, is my speculation on that. Close in time to when they were starting trial, and that's a problem for both sides. But the judge was like, no, we're not doing that at all. So.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Ms. McCabe, with what's for you and what's up on the screen as the exhibits, there are sort of green bubbles and blue bubbles, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury as far as who's communicating which direction, as far as the green bubbles are who and the blue bubbles?
Green is John and blue is myself.
And so the first text from this particular date, if you could just read to the jury as far as from whom the message is sent, what the content is, and then what the time period is.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
And it assists you if you have that in front of you.
Oh, okay.
You can look at that and look at that. So the
These
next,
might be from
hold down is a blue
the
bubble,
victim's
is that
cell
correct?
phone.
Correct.
Similar to the one before.
129, 1227. You know what would have been helpful? To know that Jen texted John O'Keefe at 12:27:33 and said, "Here?" ? Wouldn't it have been helpful? So much earlier on. Because that at least gives us a time of where we're at. Because a lot of people said around 12:30.
That, well, before I get to that, I'm sorry. So you received that message from Mr. O'Keefe. You call him, have a conversation. He calls you back. You have a further conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what the content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
Testify to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing a car, and then you sent a text. That's the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is the time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said pull behind?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the driveway?
She sounds like she's assuming he's driving in that, doesn't it? Is that me reading into things? It sounds like she's assuming
From
he's
me
driving.
to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask you this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time periods, what, if anything, are you doing sort of in between?
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, then texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see at that?
JJ
So at this
is the
specific
victim.
point
John
at
O'Keefe.
12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what, if any, response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after aware to?
Oh, that's
None.
a good point. Tell her to pull behind me
Ms. Gilman, if you could, to the next one.
versus pull behind me. Because she's texting him, pull behind me.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42.
The next one.
Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
$4:59:37 is the next
Later in
text.
the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment, but at some point you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were woken by something, and then at some point you texted John later on that morning, the 29th.
Yes.
You know, the next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point,
Correct.
if you could just, similar to the other ones we.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
May I approach this retreat? Now, Ms. McCabe, if I can take you back to at the house on Fairview.
It seems that those texts might have been extracted from the victim's phone, but that's not been put in evidence, so we don't know for sure. But we're back at
Yeah,
normal
you are
speed
sending these text messages
during those texts.
and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times
To the front door.
to the front door.
Yes.
I missed you guys
And,
too, Christy.
At any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe call
No.
you? Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look
Shakia Cook in the chat made a great
phone
point and
record?
said, find you not where are you. It's a good point.
All history.
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to his phone?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Yeah, Nada, we're worried. The texts absolutely are what they are. Again, res ipsa loquitur. The texts speak for themselves. And again, two reasonable interpretations does not break for the state.
Look at that and look up when you finish. And if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page 1.
There's a lot of information on those pages. I'm not surprised she's reading through it more slowly. Those look like a different extraction.
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a ascending order as far as the most?
I mean, you told her that it
earliest
did,
calls
so.
are on page 4, and then the
No.
most recent are on the first page.
Yes.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to the residence at Fairview, did they appear in those?
They do.
Objection on it. May we push briefly?
Okay.
They're approaching over this phone record. I'm going to zoom a little bit to try to get back to the testimony.
I'm also seeking to introduce them as the next exhibit.
Is there any objection?
There's not, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm not going to comment on why he saved his JJ in her phone because I was talking over some of her testimony with Lolly, and I don't know if I was paying good enough attention to when she explained it. But it asked if John O'Keefe was
Now,
saved in her
Ms.
phone. She
McCabe,
said yes, that was
you
his
had
number.
mentioned that
There's no
during the course of
issue as to
the
foundation
evening,
on that.
Shortly after you arrived at the residence at Fairview, you observed
I'm just
a vehicle
letting it go.
outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish with this witness exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Kelly in the chat asked, did they ever find
And
John's
Mr. Day,
phone?
first and foremost, what
It's not in
about
evidence yet, so I can
71
only
you
assume.
recognize that?
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you want her to identify, please, Mr. Lally.
So, Ms. McCabe, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. Just click on the
We
button.
haven't gotten into
If I
it.
could ask, if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph, do you observe in this photograph where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house?
It was directly if I was staring out the front door. So this angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe the edge, if you understand what I'm saying.
Using that just direct to his attention.
So if there's the front door and I look straight out, but the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on, so it could have been a little over here.
So, Lally, why don't you show another picture if this
Yep.
one isn't helpful?
We know the perspective isn't helpful. The pictures are shit.
Is it visible in this photograph?
Yes, so just follow this and then come straight.
The pictures needed to be taken from further back across the street, or at least one of them did, like a reference shot did.
Now, Mr. McCabe testified that at another point you come to the front door and you observe the vehicle in a different spot, correct?
Correct.
Jamie, it's not just you. Jamie said, is it me or is the judge hurrying Lolly more than usual? The judge has stepped on the gas for Lolly. She should have done it a few days ago. But
It was right about, right near the flagpole.
the judge promised these jurors 8 weeks. We are 3 weeks in,
Just come in, you can take that.
and there's a lot of scientific evidence, I would imagine, that needs to come in. So Elizabeth Butler said, did anyone see Karen do anything? Not yet, except maybe parked outside the house.
Now,
And that comes from cross-examination from the defense.
Turning your attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore.
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in. Maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Why would you assume they got into an argument?
Did you think much of it at that point?
No.
Now, you leave the home around what time?
Approximately 1:30, roughly 1:30, 1:45.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband, Matt, and I had offered, when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier, I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit the house, go out to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And your husband, Matt, was driving?
Yes.
And where are you seated in?
And the front seat.
For those of you asking, no, the medical examiner nor pathologist.
They were in the back seat.
Sometimes one and the same has not testified yet.
On which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had come out?
The snow had, accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with anyone in the car?
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow the subject to move in strike. There's a portion that's relative. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them. And I believe Sarah
peanut butter
Levinson had
jelly
laughed
time.
or made a
Peanut
joke
butter
because I
jelly
had
time.
bread
Peanut butter
or
jelly.
something in
Peanut
my
butter jelly.
car. And we made a joke about that. I had my niece earlier that week for the week. And so I had brought stuff in the car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
And
Peanut butter jelly.
as,
Peanut butter jelly.
do you recall which direction, or did you observe which direction your husband, Matt, exited from residence in Fairview? And by that, I mean, did he head towards Chapman or did he head towards Sucre?
Chapman.
And so as far as, I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
She has not talked about the
And
Jeep,
so as
to my recollection.
with that vehicle, as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading past, how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned chatting to the girls.
So, and when you're turned, are you turned towards the window or are you turned towards the console? Which way are you turned?
Turn the console towards the back seat. So my back is to the window.
And either of these girls, did you know where they lived?
No.
And yet,
Do you recall whether
you
or not
offer them a ride home
found their homes
at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, or was it just sort of verbal directions?
It's so odd.
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
So you drop each of them off. Do you recall which order they were dropped off?
Julie, then Sarah.
I'm going back to
And following
1.25. I think I
dropping off
forgot to
Sarah,
do
where
it.
did you and your husband?
Apologies,
Home.
chat.
And this whole trip, sort of from Fairview to dropping off Ms. Nagel.
Trying to save all of our sanity.
How long a period of time did that?
Just get to the
It
Life
could be
360 data,
30
Lolly, and
minutes,
then we'll
maybe
know.
about approximately 20 minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband Matt
That's
got home,
leading.
went
AF.
inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Where was your
Was it a
phone?
long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Now, did you go right to sleep, or what, if anything, did you do when you went up to bed?
I asked him to watch a show. He said no, he was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately. And I went on
What
my
show?
phone.
We need to know what show.
And,
Because he was so adamant that he wanted no part of the show you were watching. And since we've gotten into the weeds on everything else, how have we not asked about what show?
What, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
I was researching. My husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had.
Oh, no, ma'am. You started 4 sentences in that testimony, and all of my red flag alerts just went off. I'm gonna bring her back down to normal speed because she started 4 sentences there.
Sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband Matt got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Was it a long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had
Cheese.
like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Now, did you go right to sleep, or what, if anything, did you do when you went up to bed?
I asked him to watch a show. He said no, he was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately. And I went on my phone.
And what, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
I was researching. My husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club
Just tell us what you were doing, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team, and I believe I also texted my sisters, and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now, if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview.
No, Lolly, you can't.
That evening. And
We want to know more about the phone.
I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what, if any, videos or any music or anything did you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you were there?
So one of my sisters loves this song "Raining Men," and she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances, and it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
And so after you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed? Or went to sleep, I should say?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you also have an Apple Watch?
I did, yes.
Has the iPhone been
Do you
rehomed?
recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
Really?
And as far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take off before you go to bed? Or
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on. More often than not, I take it off, but there are times that I do sleep with it.
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
I mean, if there's an extraction, it probably tells you.
Now, turning back to that last exhibit, as far as the phone calls were concerned, were there certain phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes,
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fair to say that at no point while you saw the vehicle outside did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't.
Now you go to sleep, and at some point,
Chad, I don't
later
sleep
in
with
the
my Apple
morning,
Watch on either. The
you
battery
wake up,
doesn't
correct?
last long enough for me.
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I woken up to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
How do you remember that?
According to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into Bishop Fian, correct?
Correct.
She
We
was in
know.
8th grade going in.
We
finishing up
know.
her 8th grade year of middle school.
We know.
Yes.
Is that a normal thing, that Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on a Saturday?
It's never normal to
No.
be called in the middle of the night,
You answer
Lolly.
the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other end?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
That John didn't come home and Karen and we wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call, when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen,
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times, and she tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the waterfall.
What?
And how do you respond to that?
I had just woken up.
It's not what your husband said was on
I
that
was
phone call.
confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point, that conversation ended and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
At
And
5:55 a.m.
pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you
I feel like I harped, maybe unfairly, maybe relentlessly so, on the fact that Jen McCabe called Julie Albert at 5:55 a.m. and that Julie said that Jen is her bestie. And it seemed odd to me that Julie went and got donuts in the morning and didn't call her back. And I was annoyed that none of the attorneys asked about it. None of them were like, so you have a missed phone call in a blizzard at 5:55 a.m. and you don't call back? How are we all the way to 5:55? I just need the phone records because Julie might have been wrong about the time. The phone records might show something else. All of this is so weird.
were calling
Because
Julie, did you have any
this would have been at
conversations with Adam
5:05.
around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed.
I don't know if it was unfair harping. I felt like I was like, why aren't you calling your best friend back? Why? That's a very early call. But this is, if she says she calls Julie Albert immediately after Karen calls her, it would have been like 5 a.m. So I remember Julie's testimony at 5:55. I just need the phone records. I know they exist now. Can we just look at the phone records? Because if there's a gap of an hour, I've got a lot of questions. If there's not, then Julie's memory is wrong, and that's possible too.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
Did you text
And
her?
as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight, and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said,
He
what are you
said
talking
nothing about
about? We
that.
saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you
Hung up with who?
Julie had not answered yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact?
Find my notes from Julie Albert.
Before that date of January 29th?
No.
You don't not call your bestie back
You
at
never
5
had any
o'clock in
kind
the
of
morning.
conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything? You didn't even have her information?
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
But at some point, you get back in touch with Kaylee, or at least her phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response to that?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, and then she started yelling, Jen, Jen. And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
And this is while you're still in your home and you're in your bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly like just talking crazy. And then she said, oh my God, I left him there. Like she was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was gonna meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview, so I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, like John might have texted this individual, and maybe he just ended up on his couch.
Who was that individual?
Tom Beatty.
And who is Tom Beatty in relation to, how did you know him?
He has two daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters, at least.
That name has
around
not
the
come
same
up at
age
all
as
yet.
Yes.
And so based on sort of that process, thought process and what you're doing, what did you do then?
So then I start calling Tom.
And at any point in time that you call Tom, did Tom pick up the phone? Did you speak with him?
He did not.
And so following that, what did you do from there?
So I know at some point I was starting to call John. My husband was as well. At that point, I get up and I'm like, okay, well, got to go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed. But then all of a sudden I hear screaming out front.
Now, if I could just take it back for a second, as far as
My notes do say 5:55 a.m. for the call with Julie.
With John O'Keefe, with his either his niece
Missed
or
call,
his nephew or
5:55
both,
a.m.
Is him not coming home? Is that something that had ever happened before? You were ever aware of before?
I was never.
Ask it differently.
Had John ever gone out at night and then not come home when the kids were home?
Objection.
I'm gonna allow it.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming
And where was the screaming coming from?
out front.
And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to, during any of the other conversations that you had with Miss Reed, did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No.
Obviously, the first call was Kaylee calling from the house. That
Yes.
was your assumption.
Mm-hmm.
And then
So
subsequent,
is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
as far as the second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you met?
The first couple calls, I know she was at the house, and then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised you?
Yes.
And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
Very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying at this point?
It was more of the, Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
And in addition to Ms. Reed, what, if anything, else did you see when you opened up the door?
Just,
Ask in a better way.
Yeah.
Did you see a vehicle?
yes,
And where was the vehicle, and what did the vehicle look like?
it was in my driveway. I
That's-
believe the
What did it
driver
look
door was
like?
left open.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night before.
She didn't say that, and that's leading.
Yes.
And so as she's coming up your walk towards your front door,
Running, yes.
and then what, if any, conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood. And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So I told Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Miss Reed showed up again?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Now, once you decide that now you're going with Ms. Reed, the defendant, where did the two of you go?
So as we walked out, there was a car pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car that pulled up?
No.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happened?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her.
What?
So Kerry pulled up, and I believe I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car, and then Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then
Wait, you saw Carrie's car?
Karen was screaming and,
That doesn't. What?
saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names. Kerry was telling her to shut up, that we needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there and he's passed out and you didn't see him.
And you didn't see him?
When you open
At
up
his
the door
house?
initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all of that. Again, with respect to the weather.
Why
what
is
was the
Carrie
weather
there?
At that point?
It was,
We'll hear from
it
Carrie.
was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout.
And so you get into Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you're driving that vehicle from your house to Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
That's Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Did y'all go
Familiar with
in?
That residence, you've been there plenty of times before.
Did Carrie
Yes.
follow you?
Now, with respect to Kerry Roberts, did you know Kerry Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the circumstances
Met her
of that,
once?
or how you knew her prior to January 29th?
Way back when, after John's sister and brother-in-law
Way
died,
back when?
I would have Kaylee a lot and Kerry would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kids' sizes. So he took Kerry and myself and we went to Reebok and bought sneakers for all my girls and me. And then he took Kerry and I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, helping, because that's what he did.
Now, was Kerry Roberts
That's what the guy did?
someone that you had as
Man, we've heard
contact
your
over
husband's
the phone?
texts.
Had you ever texted her or called her or talked to her over your phone before?
No.
So you indicated that Mr. Roberts then calls Ms. Reed's phone while you're in Ms. Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that, Ms. Reed's phone, was that similar to your phone the earlier in the morning? Was that hooked up in any way or matched or paired with the vehicle that you were driving?
Yes.
So fair to say you could hear both sides of the conversation as far as Ms. Reed talking next to you and then obviously Ms. Roberts on the other end?
Yes.
So the conversation that you were talking about as far as Ms. Roberts saying, shut up and we're going to Meadows Ave and all that, you could hear Ms. Roberts saying that?
Yes.
Now, the vehicle, when you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had to back out of the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were operating Ms. Reed's vehicle in reverse, what, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area of that vehicle?
I do not remember. I don't know.
Do you recall anything as far as a camera?
That's
or
not the
anything
answer
like
he
that?
wants. That's leading.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You backed the vehicle out of the driveway and you proceed to Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And about how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Everything in Canton is 5 minutes,
When
apparently.
you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house,
And I mean, it might actually
where do
be.
you park?
I pull in the straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall who pulled in first as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Miss Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Miss Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind you, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you
Yep,
get
no
out
mention
of
of
your
the
respective
taillight.
vehicles, what happens?
Again.
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Miss Roberts' attentions?
The back right.
So the passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, look, look. And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
And
Mama Bear in the chat said this whole trial is based on her
at some
phone call with
point,
Karen. So far,
how
it seems
long
to
a period
be.
of time is this that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the cracked taillight?
Where's the video
Not
of
long,
that?
because then
Where's the video of that? Where we have seen Ring camera from outside of the victim's home repeatedly. Where's the video of that?
Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask if I could publish on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Carrie is telling her, and that's all hearsay, but I'm sure we'll hear from Carrie. Carrie is telling her she's crazy and she's drunk and she could have hit anything.
Mr. McCabe, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What is it?
That is Meadows Ave, John's house.
And the driveway that you're talking about as far as where you pulled in, that's not visible in this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So from facing Mr. O'Keefe's house on Meadows, which side of the photograph would the driveway be, the left or the right?
The right.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Also, how would Carrie know? I'm so confused about the statement that Carrie supposedly said. Like, how would Carrie know? Why was Carrie there? Carrie wasn't at the waterfall.
I'm just showing you another photograph. Just ask you to look at that. Look how it's finished.
Okay.
And do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's John's car.
Did he say, look at this photograph, and I missed it because I'm so confused?
It's parked to the side of the driveway.
And you also see sort of the garage area in that photograph?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in a minute.
I'm going to get a headache from how far up my face my eyebrows are going right now. I have no idea how
Your Honor, with the question, Mr.
Carrie
Bucket
ends up in all of this, but
well,
we're going to hear it at some point. Carrie has not testified yet. She's been brought up several times, but she hasn't testified yet. She's been brought up by
Mr. McCabe, with reference to what's up on the
the
screen,
EMTs as well, because she was
Yes,
with them this morning. We just don't know how she got
Two
there.
garage doors on the house at One Meadows Ave, correct?
correct.
Left and a right, is that fair way?
Yes,
And you've been inside Mr. O'Keefe's house a number of times before, correct?
yes.
Now, with respect to the garage door on the left, what was contained within that part of the garage?
His old-fashioned car.
The one that Kaylee didn't like?
Yes.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything was in there?
It's pretty open.
How would you describe Mr. O'Keefe as far as how he kept things around his house, either in the house or the lawn or things around?
John was very meticulous.
This
Everything
is the
had
victim's
its
house.
place.
This is the victim's
Now,
car.
when you arrived there on the morning of the 29th, Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle wasn't parked in that position, correct?
Correct.
From sort of the outside of the residence, were you aware of there being any sort of security cameras or anything on affixed to the house?
Oh, we're going to get to more of the
Yes.
videos from the victim's house. That might be helpful.
John told us he was, I don't remember, years prior, I believe, he came over and he was so excited that he got in a ring and he would always show us it. He just was always watching.
And when
We
he
saw
would show
the
you that,
classic car and
Mhm.
opening statements
how
from
would
the
he show you
prosecutor.
that? On what kind of device?
We did see
On
that.
his phone.
So he had the ring application hooked up to his cell phone.
Yes.
Now, with respect to that morning when you arrived, if you could, using the laser pointer, just sort of delineate for the jury whereabouts you had parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in, if you see it in this photo.
So it would be right there because John's car was further over.
So Mr. O'Keefe's car was further over toward the fence.
Towards the fence, yes.
And so when you arrive there, you're looking at the taillight, and at some point you go in the house, correct?
Correct.
How did you get into the house that morning?
The right garage door was open.
Now, is that something normal as far as when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house that a garage door is open in a snowstorm?
No.
And so you go in through the garage door and then you go into the house, correct?
Yes.
And it's going to you take it.
We heard about the garage
So,
door
Mr.
being
David,
open
you
weeks
could
ago.
Describe to the jury sort of
from
how
John's
you,
friend
when you come in through that right garage door.
who got
and
the
start
garage door
going
to
the house,
close.
what is it when you see when you first come into the house, and what is sort of the layout of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
You walk in from the garage and there's a mudroom.
And typically when you would walk into Mr. O'Keefe's house, what, if anything, would you or anyone else do when they walked into his house?
Take off your shoes.
And why was it?
He didn't want dirt or that morning snow probably getting all over his house.
And so that was a pretty well-known rule for anybody that spent any time at his house on Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And so when you and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reed walked into the home that morning into the mudroom, what did you do? What did Ms. Roberts do? What did Ms. Reed do?
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had on. Carrie Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
You and Ms. Roberts both took off your shoes, and Ms. Reed then just walked into the house with boots or shoes or whatever she was wearing on.
Yes.
And then once you get into the house, where is it that the three of you went respectively once you got in?
We all dispersed. I
Dispersed?
looked in the TV room where there is a couch.
You dispersed?
Then I kind of walked through a dining room, and then I peeked into a living room. I went upstairs. I looked in John's room. Carrie was also running around different rooms. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
And during this time when you and Ms. Roberts are sort of going around room to room, what was the defendant?
I'm not sure.
When you see her doing the same thing that you were doing?
No.
Now, with respect to when it at least peeked into John's bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about the bed when you looked?
What?
It was made.
And so then you go into Kaylee's room and check on her, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see Patrick at any point?
No.
And were you aware of where Patrick was, or did you know at that point?
At that point, I believe Kaylee told me he was at a sleepover.
So you have some conversation with Kaylee, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
And when you left from Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
Objection.
All others.
I promised Kaylee. I promised Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
So after that, where did the three of you go from there?
After that, the three of us got in the car and we
That
drove to
moved on
Fairview.
quickly.
And when you say you got into the car, which part of the beginning?
Kerry's.
But the text messages between you and John held no emotion.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
I think this is the first time in any trial I've been glad they panned to the defendant, because they all know each other. And I'm actually glad to see the defendant's reaction in court to what is happening here.
Okay, I'm showing you two photographs again. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished.
But it's interesting to me that there was no emotion over her texting back and forth with John
Do
O'Keefe.
you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The defendant's vehicle.
And may I approach?
Yes.
You want to call them up to seek to introduce them as the next two exhibits?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those to the jury as well.
No, I'm not saying the emotion, Chad, I'm not saying the emotion in the text.
Photograph is the defendant.
I'm saying she was reading out what are the victim's last text messages. If something horrible happened to John O'Keefe, we don't know what it is, 14 days into trial, but something happened. And she's reading through the last texts with him. Where are you? We're looking for you. Answer. And isn't feeling anything about those. It's, again, odd to me that it was so cold and then shifted. Look, I can only point out what I see as I see it. And that is what it made me think as we are watching this. So.
Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
The texts were
And,
so sad to me.
In sort of focus here is the right rear passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the tail light, if you could, with the laser pointers, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that.
It's a tall SUV. I think this is the first time we've really seen this well.
And with respect to
14
what's
days in.
in this photograph, as far as any damage that you observed to this taillight area on the rear passenger side, is that consistent with what you observed in the driveway at One of Meadows Ave when the defendant was showing?
Correct. Minus the snow, etc.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next.
I mean, how much snow was on her car if it was parked in the garage?
And again, you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And this is essentially a closer image of that same rear passenger side taillight area, correct?
Yes.
Again, what's depicted in this, is that consistent with what
She
you
oriented
observed
herself to these very
minus
fast, so I think she's probably seen these photos a
when you were in the
lot.
driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house on
That's my
Voir.
speculation.
Yes.
Gentlemen, you can take that down. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a short portion of, actually, I'm sorry. If I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 6, which is the ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Oh, good. I thought there might be video.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have
That'd be
video
helpful.
number 154 from the driveway. Ms. McCabe, directing your attention up to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 6 or video from Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
What do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes.
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with the laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked, and if you see Ms.
Big Von, at this point, the comment being, I'm confused as to why EDB has been leaning towards not guilty. At this point, I'm waiting for the state to prove what happened, the Commonwealth to prove what happened. We haven't seen what happened at all. So I'm waiting for the Commonwealth to prove their case. It's just, we're not there yet.
Robert's vehicle.
That is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
And as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be?
Walk straight.
When did they arrive? I hear no one wailing. There's audio. We can hear the wind blowing. I didn't see the part where they all stopped behind the car, though. Is that later? Did we miss it? Did I blink?
Ms. McCabe, what was depicted in that video, is that consistent with what you observed, the weather conditions to be around the time that you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
And lastly, in this line,
Where's the conversation about the
with the court
car?
commission could publish just a very short portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
These are ring videos from the victim's home that we're seeing. They all looked like they hustled right into the house.
About 2 hours and 10 minutes. If you could play from there.
This is dash cam video from an officer that testified like 2 weeks ago that pulled up to do a welfare check on Kaylee.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is John's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play from there.
The video definitely didn't show them talking about a taillight, but this is the officer's dash cam we've seen before.
Now, what's depicted in this video, sort of the screen directly in front of you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
John's driveway.
As far as what, if anything, do you observe in John's driveway?
John's car and Karen's car.
And where, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where is the defendant's car and where is Mr. O'Keefe's?
Mr. O'Keefe's car and the defendant's.
And where you observe the defendant's car to be, is that essentially where you parked it at that time?
Yes.
Now, may I have a moment?
Okay.
Can we just hold it on?
Sure.
And now they're going to sidebar about something. Probably him asking this witness, I would imagine, if she sees the taillight broken in the dash cam video. That seems to be the logical thing that would be coming next, but one can never predict with this prosecutor. So, let's see. Did I zoom
hard to
too
see
far?
from this
I
distance.
did zoom too far. Just ever so slightly too far.
Is that consistent with what you observed when you parked the vehicle there sometime earlier that morning?
It's kind of hard to see from this distance.
And just, if you could, lastly, just with the laser pointer, direct your attention to where in the video you see the rear passenger side taillight. Okay. Just go and you can take that.
Yeah. My in-ear is hurting my in-ear.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you then, yourself, the defendant, and Ms. Roberts then get into Ms. Roberts' vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was seated where within Ms. Roberts' vehicle as you're going from Meadows Ave? Or what was the plan and where were you going sort of first when you left Meadows Ave?
We were going to Fairview
And why were you going to Fairview?
because Karen kept screaming, "We need to go to Fairview."
Now, who was seated where within the vehicle when you did it?
Kerry was driving. I was in the passenger seat, and Karen was in the back.
And what were the lighting conditions at this point that you're driving over there?
It was hard to see out the window. You really had to be kind of staring out. It was dark. The snow was coming out the car.
And as you're making that drive, or as Ms. Roberts is making that drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, about how long a drive is it?
Approximately 10 minutes. I mean, with the weather, the lights, the street lights, I
What
would say
street
about
lights?
10 minutes, give or take.
The weather, the street lights.
As far as during the drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, what's going on inside the car over the course of that ride?
Karen is in between us, like from the back, kind of pushing up in between Kerry and myself. And she's just screaming, "Kerry, Kerry!" Her name over and over, my name over and over, and repeating certain phrases. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry is yelling at her to shut up, to sit back, to buckle up, to look for John.
And while this is going on, what, if anything, are you and Ms. Roberts doing in the front seat of the car?
We're just, she's slowly driving and I'm just peering out the window looking for John. I mean, it was a crazy situation. She's screaming, he didn't come home. Could he be walking home? Where is he? So we're just looking out the window, looking for John.
Now, during the time that this is going on and Ms. Reed is sort of screaming in between you, was that continuous or what, if anything else, did you see her doing in the back?
But no screaming when they showed up at the house.
Going from Meadows Ave.
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to the directions that you had provided the night before?
Correct.
And so that would have been, Bella was a child who was around the age of Kaylee and your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And there have been some years in the past dating relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother, correct?
Yes.
And so Ms. Reed is saying that in the car that morning as you're driving over to Fairview?
Yes. She asked, could he have been with Ashley? And I looked at her and said no, because to me that was a crazy idea. And then Carrie had mentioned, oh, do you think he could have called somebody else that lived on a street over? And she started screaming, who's that? Who's she?
And you recall who Carrie referred to?
Yes.
And who was it?
A woman that John had previously dated.
And was that anywhere recent in time to when you're driving around on January 29th? When they had dated?
No.
What?
So similar to Bella's mother would have been years before.
Correct.
And so when Ms. Roberts said that, what, if anything, did the defendant?
She was just spiraling, yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar Crest side?
Chapman.
That was
And
fast.
As the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that point?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was being had. Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names. Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Now, as you were coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom, and then as we got closer, I said, just past, see where those trees are? Just past the trees is my sister's house.
Facing
As
the
you
other
got in
direction,
that
which we
area
know because we saw it
between
on the
trees,
dash cam videos.
From the residence of your sister at 34 Fairview Road, trees that you're talking about, where are they in relation to the property?
They're at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the flagpole area and the fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, a little. It goes the trees and then the fire hydrant. Then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming down Fairview now, approaching 34 Fairview, the house would be on which side of the vehicle, on the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what, if anything, happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on the door in the back seat?
Yes.
And at the time that she's saying
Why
this,
wouldn't she just open the
were you
door?
able to see anything
Was it
outside of the
child
vehicle?
lock?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking the door, banging on the door, what did Ms. Roberts?
Bleeding.
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
Y'all are so supportive.
And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes?
She just runs
And runs with?
straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about?
I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was,
Correct.
I mean, that's not
and you're getting out of
exactly
the
what
passenger
she
side,
said.
and by the time you come around the car, she's already there.
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point?
She straddles John and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment. In Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Now, Mr. McCabe, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen of what's been marked as Exhibit 12, and I know this is not something that pertains to your vehicle or anything else. But what I'm going to ask you as it plays through is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive to Fairview Road that morning. Just going to be quick play.
I'm so confused.
As this video is running, Mr. McCabe, if I could just ask what you see
Back through the dash cam.
with sort of the lighting and the conditions weather-wise that you observed when Ms. Roberts is driving from Meadows Ave to Fairview.
Yes.
Chad, I agree with you. It's definitely not whiteout conditions. This is the first officer that's arrives. That's why they're using it. I don't know why his wipers are the worst.
McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton this
Like the actual worst.
wise as far as what street or where it is and landmarks that you observed in the video?
Yes, that is Cassie. We just passed Cassie's Corner Store, and that is Chapman Street.
Why are we going through this video again? What I don't know why we're showing this witness all of this dash cam video at all. Slushy Slush Fun said, who, if anyone, taught Lolly to frame a question? I don't know. Harleen Ann said, thank you for being my flying buddy. I'm watching this as I fly home to Parkland from Arizona. Glad there's Wi-Fi on board. Me too. Today's been wild.
Again, Ms. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton we are in this portion of the video?
I don't know
Yes.
why we couldn't just skip to where they drive down
This
Fairview.
is the top of Fairview.
So this will be from Chapman.
I don't know how she recognizes anything
Correct.
on this video.
Prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
Yes, but we didn't drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes.
You would have been taking, instead of a right onto Fairview, you would have been taking.
Came from the other direction.
Yes.
And just coming up.
So how does this help anything with this witness if they drove from the other direction? Is this about the point you'd be looking out the window? No, we came from the other direction. Lolly, really? Thank you, Cathogenic. I am trying to stay up to date the way the jury stays up to date. It is getting frustrating by the day. Thank you, Heather, for your super chat. Adam B, I haven't even seen that. Adam asked if I could cover Scotty Scheffler, PGA golfer, got arrested on the way to a tournament. This case is quite time consuming at the moment, but I will put it on the docket to look at. I haven't looked at the news in 3 weeks since this trial started. Carrie, thank you for the gift of memberships.
Now, what's up on the screen and what you've just observed as far as the drive down Fairview, is that fair and accurate material consistent with what you observed in Ms. Roberts was driving down that morning?
Yes.
And at this point in time, as you're coming sort of down the hill from Fairview, is this the point that the conversation occurs as far as Bella's mother and prior dating relationships and things like that?
A little bit more towards the top of the street.
So Bella's mother lives more closer to the top by cabinet?
Midway down, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
I mean, that road's clearly been plowed.
The vehicle in the roadway there, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Miss Roberts.
Just for clarification purposes, with the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you see these properties.
Oops.
Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, can you see that in this particular pause frame of the video?
Not in this frame, I cannot. It's not clear.
Tell me if you could. See that area now?
Yes.
Good, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this for.
There was a brief glimpse of the women off to the side. And unfortunately, this officer doesn't park with the lights where things are happening. So we cannot see. I don't know why the trunk is open.
If you could, fast forward just about. Right.
It doesn't say the siren's on. Chad, if you look,
Individuals up.
the lights are highlighted in green. So mic, brake, lights, siren. Lights are highlighted in green. Lights are on. Siren is not.
On that screen.
Yes.
And if you could, with the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention. Who you recognize and who you recognize that?
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen Reed.
Okay. Come on, you can take that. Excuse me.
I don't know why we played through that whole video.
If I could just take you back to.
And if they came from a different way, I don't know how the cars are all
Arrived there,
parked the same direction, but
Communicated Ms. Reed goes
Okay.
over to Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Roberts. What is it that you were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around, and for a second or two, I completely just froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was asking me to go to the car and get, she was yelling to get towels or blankets or something out of the back of our car.
did somebody have a
The
jacket?
back of the car is opened up. in the video that we just saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
Did she direct you sort of where to go within the vehicle to find the blankets or the towels, wherever it was?
Yes.
Now, you called 911, you spoke to the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw, can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body positioned when you saw him?
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow Ms. Roberts was wiping off his face, was there any other snow on his body at that time?
Yes.
And if you know about how much?
There was enough that his body was covered in snow.
And could you tell at that point how far Mr. O'Keefe was from the roadway as far as Fairview Road was concerned?
I mean, I remember kind of a little ways in. I don't know exactly.
And so you make that call to 911, and what is sort of going on with respect to Ms. Roberts, the defendant, and Mr. O'Keefe while you're on that 911?
So I run the blankets over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him.
Under
and she's
him?
screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe. And they're kind of yelling back and forth. Karen screaming, is he dead? Is he dead? I, at some points, walk over towards the car, Carrie's car, to get away because they're so loud. And I was trying to be calm and
We
get
did hear
help
the
there for
911
John
call.
as fast as
We
possible.
might hear it again.
Carrie starts yelling about doing
Buddy.
CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes.
So you're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Yes.
And after you complete that 911 call, what's going on at that point?
I go over, and at that point, Carrie asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
And at some point after you call 911, do either police or fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that
I have
correct?
so many
Yes.
questions.
You know about how much time it was in between when you hung up with 911 and when the first responders started?
I mean, that would all be documented.
From when I hung up, maybe a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
And do you recall whether or not it was police or fire or who showed up first?
Police.
And is that the officer that was in that video or that cruiser that was just up on the screen as the last?
I didn't see the officer, in the video, but I know it was Officer Sarif was the first officer to arrive.
So then, after the officer arrives, what happened then?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just ran around screaming my name, Carrie's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on repeat. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive. The EMTs, they began to work on him.
The
And
paramedics.
by him you mean Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
No, she means the guy.
Mr. O'Keefe's still on
Lolly.
the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you see anything about sort of what they were doing or what was going on with that?
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
And then where did you go?
And then what happened then?
Like, where were you at that point?
More officers began to arrive. And Miss Reed just continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. One EMT asked,
I'll allow it.
one EMT had asked, his name, his age, things like that. If she knew what happened, Miss Reed stated that she hit him. Besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Carrie came over with us as well.
I'd like to just take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information, biographical information, things like that. You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes.
That's something that she said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Now, before you had made reference to statements she made with sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I hit him? Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier. It was could I, did I? When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear. I hit him.
Now,
It was crystal clear, she
one
said
of the
3
officers
times.
takes her over to the back of a cruiser, is that right?
Yes.
And you were over in that area as well?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else, was over in that area?
Miss Roberts.
And while you were over in that area, what was going on over there?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our hands. She asked us to pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood. Then she said, what if he's dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end, they were moving John. And at that point, Karen told Carrie, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Carrie said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold and my hands were frozen and I have MS, and I took my phone out while she was screaming and shaking my arm, and I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
And when you conducted that search, that was at the defendant's request on scene sometime after 6 a.m.
That's leading.
Yes.
That's all leading.
Whether or not that came up as far as your search in Google, is it something that you typed once or more than once? If you know.
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant had posed to you?
I don't even think I got an answer because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling, and then they were moving John. And the next thing I knew, we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
There's fleets of
So
paramedics.
you were moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance?
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance, where did you go then?
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving, and they were asking questions about what happened.
And did you speak to those officers?
I did, yes.
And
And at that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on, and I was completely just in a state of shock and disbelief.
And that sort of period there, how long did that go on?
I mean, you've given a lot of details.
So I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, you know, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief overview. And then one of the police officers asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
And at some point while you were outside, did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister, Nicole.
And when was that in relation to everything as far as medically that was going on with Mr. O'Keefe and all?
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly. And then, you know, she didn't answer. And that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And you recall calling either your sister Nicole or your brother-in-law Brian Albert prior to going into the house?
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
Regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No.
So you at least called your sister Nicole, she didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wake them up.
Yes.
And when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, how did you get in?
The front door.
And front door was unlocked?
Because the front
Yes.
door was
Is
unlocked.
that typical from your experience at that residence?
Yes.
And so you went to the house and...
Where's the ring cam of that
I went
house?
up the stairs to their bedroom.
And the bedroom door, when you arrived there, was it open or closed or something?
Closed.
And you opened it?
Yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian, and they were both asleep.
And you familiar with a dog that they have?
Yes.
She didn't say anything about the dog.
Chloe?
That's
Chloe in the
leading.
bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
There was a German
Come in,
Shepherd
they're both
barking at
sleeping,
you for
and-
bursting into a bedroom.
What happened then?
I go over to the bed, and I'm calling out their names.
And how long were you calling out their names before you got any kind of response?
Brian responded first, and he was very, you know, startled and looked at me like, what is going on?
Yeah, I bet he did.
Nicole took a little, and, you know, I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front, and I could have possibly said, John has died. We just found John out front. They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, who's John? I mean, they'd just woken up and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Now, as far as when they're first waking up and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, you know, like, why?
I think they thought is complete speculation.
So what I'm asking them is just sort of when
He said
observe
demeanor.
them, how would you describe your
He asked
physical
for demeanor.
observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that respect?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Objection, move to strike.
Strike the last one.
Not understanding
Now,
is
as far
also
as this
speculative.
conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on for?
A few minutes, at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
And do you know who that police officer is?
Yes, Officer Lank.
at that time?
He just
did you know who
walked
that
in?
police officer was?
I did, yes.
How
He
did
just
you-
walked in?
He's from Canton. He was, I don't know, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who he was, and met him through the years.
You're aware of who he was.
Yes.
And were there any other officers with him initially?
No.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and
Only if you know.
She didn't see
Okay.
it. She's inside the house. How could she see what's going on if she's inside the house?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
Now, as far as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that ambulance still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
And when you come downstairs with your sister and your brother-in-law, and the officer's there, you have a conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that first conversation occur?
That was not
In
me.
the hallway and then into the kitchen.
And from there, you mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And
Hours
so
later?
during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer, who, if anyone else, not what they said, but who, if anyone else, is speaking to the officer.
Brian and Nicole.
Now, the conversation initially with the officer, do you know about how long that went on?
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did you do, or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I
This is
called him when
all
I was
reading now.
walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call your husband Matt, and then he arrives at some point after. Is it after you're done talking to the officer, or while you're talking to the officer?
The officer was still in the house, yes.
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes. The officer asked him to step outside or step to the side, and they spoke.
And then what happened then?
The officer told me to stay.
I'll allow that. I told her to stay.
The officer told me to stay, and that he said that the state police would be coming to talk to me.
What?
And so you stayed at the house at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
You know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant are?
Yes. Carrie came up, and she had told me that she.
Not what she told you. Next question, Mr.
All we've heard from these
At some point,
officers,
did you see
what we've heard from these officers is that the state police hadn't accepted the case because the victim was not pronounced.
Ms. Roberts and the defendant go somewhere?
Yes, to pick up John's parents.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike.
I think that's in evidence
And
like
as
9
far
times.
as they left in Ms.
But
Roberts' car, is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Roberts was again driving.
Correct.
And at some point, did you observe them come back to the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it between the time they left and the time they came back?
it did look like she rolled her eyes at the judge.
5 minutes, approximately.
And after they came back to the house, what, if any, other activity did you see outside as far as first responders?
I was in the house, so I didn't see Miss Roberts pull back up.
You were in the house for most of the
That's
rest
not
of
what
the
you
time
saw.
that you were
That's
there,
an
is that correct?
explanation of what
Correct.
you didn't see.
And how long were you there that morning waiting for the state police?
I believe I left approximately 11:30.
During the time that you were there, you're there, your sister Nicole Albert's there, your brother-in-law Brian Albert's there, and your husband Matthew McCabe's there, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that arrived at some point over the course of the morning while you were there at the house?
Yes.
And who was that? And if you know about what time was it that they arrived?
Julie Albert.
Now, with reference to when Julie Albert arrived, did At some point around that time, did you have occasion to look out and see sort of what was going on outside?
No,
Were you aware whether or not there were any police or fire or anything that was
Everybody's
still
looking
there at
outside the
time
night of the party.
Albert arrived?
Nobody's looking outside anymore.
there wasn't.
And she comes in the house, and at some point, I'm assuming she's informed of what had transpired there before her arrival, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And when she's informed of that, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of her demeanor or how she reacted?
I don't know what that noise in the courtroom is, Chad. I'm sorry. I have no
Shocked.
idea. No idea.
Now, in addition to Julie Albert, who, if anyone else, was at the house that morning while you were there?
Officer Lank and Gallagher
Oh, that's not what he's asking
were there. And Brian Higgins came that morning.
And do you know how Brian Higgins came to know or how Brian Higgins came to be there that morning? Did you know?
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Officer Lank came back to the house. Is that right?
Yes,
Now, is that
Chad, I don't think they'll get to cross today.
yes,
For those
Came
asking.
back with another officer named Gallagher. Is that right?
yes,
And why did they come back to the house?
because I called Officer Lank.
Why?
And did you have his number, or how did you get his number if you did?
Julie Albert gave it to me.
Why?
And so you called Officer Lank. He then comes back to the
Why?
house in Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
And when he came back, why had you asked him to come back?
Well, as I was sitting there and I was waiting for the state police to come, I was slowly trying to piece together what had just happened in the last couple of hours. And he had told me, if there's anything that you remember, if you remember anything, please, give me a call.
And so there was something that you remembered, and you gave him a call.
Yes.
I hate the way he
When he came back
restates
to the
things.
house, what was it that you told him?
I told him about the comments and the remarks that Karen Reed had been stating that morning.
That's the first time.
Specifically, what type of remarks are you referring to that you told Officer Lank when he came back?
I said that she told one of the EMTs that she hit him.
That's the first time you said it.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you left the house on Fairview. Is that right?
Yes,
And with your husband, I presume.
yes.
And where did the two of you go?
We went home.
And your children were still there without either you or your husband there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And once you arrived back home, what is it that you did at that point?
We went in the house and Officer Proctor was coming over to speak with us.
And that Officer Proctor, is that someone that you knew previously or had ever met before?
I had never met Officer Proctor.
And did he come alone or was he with someone else?
He had another officer with him.
You know who that officer is?
Yes, Yuri Buchanan.
And had you ever met Yuri Buchanan?
Trooper
No.
B.
When you get home, about how long was
When
it
did your brother-in-law
time
get to
from
your
when
house?
You arrived home with your husband to the time that the officers from the state police came back.
It was pretty quick.
Now, in addition to the officers from the state police, did anybody else come over to your house on that day, late morning, early afternoon?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian.
And do you know why
Why?
he came over that?
Yes, he came over. I had asked him. He's like a big brother to me, and I was all shaken up and nervous and overwhelmed, and so I wanted his support.
And he obliged and he came over, correct?
Yes,
Now, at some point after the officers from the state police came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
yes,
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to them?
in my dining room.
And when you spoke to them, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes,
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
no,
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
yes, they were in my bedroom.
And at some point later on that day, did those same officers talk to both your husband and your brother-in-law, Brian?
Yes,
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
in my bedroom.
And when you were in your bedroom, could you hear anything that they were saying downstairs in the dining?
No.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, we all need a moment at this point, Lolly. Court is almost done for the day based on where we're at.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Chat, for all of you that are like, I'm confused. Yep. He is showing the defense a report. No, those are phone records that they are showing the defense.
Two separate pages. Just asking.
Those are phone records are showing the witness.
Okay.
Do you recognize each of those documents and what the content is?
Yes.
And those are essentially, one contains text messages that morning of the 29th between yourself and Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
And the other one is sort of the list of phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed.
Is it sort of, or is it actually
Yes.
the list of phone
Now,
calls?
Before I get into those, as far as
We've authenticated none of these records. We have called no custodians of records. We don't know where they were extracted from. We don't know who did the extractions. Stuff is coming in such an odd order. It is just hard to piece it together. But I'm very curious what the texts between her and the defendant are. I'm very curious if she is looking at the defendant as these texts are about to come in, because it looks like she is.
after you had gone inside the house and Ms. Reed had got into Ms. Roberts' car, what if any other communication, or what if any other communication did you have with Ms. Reed that morning?
I texted her asking for Carrie's phone number because I didn't have it. And I also had a phone conversation with Karen when she was in the ambulance.
And that text communication that I placed before you essentially has one bubble on it, and that's you asking for Carrie Roberts' number.
Correct.
And the phone conversation that you had with the defendant, when was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was
It's
the
so odd
content of
to
that
me
conversation?
that
What did the
they
defendant
didn't take
talk?
her phone when they put her in the ambulance
She just
on the
was
section 12.
repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you respond?
I said yes.
Now, following that phone conversation, did you have any further communication in any form that you can recall with the defendant?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth that seeks to introduce and admits each of those as the next two exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection on it.
I remember the ambulance
Whichever.
saying, I remember the ambulance saying that she was talking to them about the kids, that she was talking to them about what am I going to do and things like that. I do not remember them mentioning that she was on the phone. So they are marking those into evidence. Slowly.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am. Now, you had asked The defendant, Ms. Reed, for Ms. Roberts' information because you didn't have it, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did you receive that?
I didn't even hear his question. My brain is so tired.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now, you had asked the defendant, Ms. Reed, for Ms. Roberts' information because you didn't have it, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did you receive that information from the defendant?
No.
And did you receive that information from any other source?
I must have, but I don't recall how.
And as far as asking for Ms. Roberts' information, why were you asking?
She was on the way to pick up John's parents and to bring him to the hospital. And I wanted to check in on them and then further updates from Kerry about John and how he was.
You wanted to know how your friend was doing, correct?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
And they're done with direct.
4 minutes of 4, I think we're way too much anyway.
I don't think I can get it done in 4 minutes.
Joyce, I'm going to, we're not in session on Monday, so we'll come back Tuesday morning. So Tuesday will be a half a day. Someday next week, I might ask you to think about maybe revising some of these Tuesday, Thursdays to longer days.
No.
I'll give you plenty of notice of that. I need to make sure that the board, I'm just asking you to think about it. All right, so please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Again, leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads and we'll see you fresh Tuesday morning.
No court on Monday, May 20th. So the jury is going to be sitting with all of this testimony over what will be a long weekend. And isn't it quite a lot? Yes, 2 Mondays off in a row.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
I really hope they put that on the record because we would all sure like to know about scheduling. I wonder if she's going to say to the prosecution, if you keep asking the same questions, I'm going to cut you off. I'm just going to cut you off. You're going to be done. You're just going to be done asking questions. You're just going to be over. So we'll see if anything gets put on the record. I am not optimistic, but anything's possible. I didn't know we wouldn't be in court on Monday. For those of you asking why, no idea. The court didn't say why they're going to be off on Monday. They just said no court. So I can't answer you that. I don't know. And no one's told me. I don't know if they put anything on the record at all. So the following week, they're only in session one day. They're only in session Tuesday the following week, and then the rest of the week is off. But it doesn't look like they, let's see, put anything else on the record. I'm just going to zoom through right to the end of the day. Maybe they do. Nope. The attorneys come back. Let's see. The court might have other calendar matters to handle on Monday.
The court, please.
All right, and that's it. Court is out.
Goodbye.
Jury's out. It's Friday. Everyone's exhausted. Are you exhausted? Chat. Are you exhausted? I'm exhausted. That was so much. It was just so much. Wow. It was so much information. All right, let's see if we can summarize the afternoon. Wow. And then I'm going to get to your questions. We need some lip gloss. I am just so tired. What a long day in court. At the end of day 14 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read, I am exhausted. Chat is exhausted. It seems that the lawyers and the judge are also exhausted. Today was a long day. It just felt long. It was actually long. And then at the end of the day, the court's like, oh yeah, and we're not in session on Monday. So we're not in session on Monday. So everybody can have a moment to be like, what is happening here? The day ended with the end of the direct examination of Jen McCabe. There were times that her direct examination felt like a cross-examination, and it was very clipped short answers. Yes, no, this, that. There were times that they were very fast narratives of what was happening. The testimony at times I found hard to follow, and the testimony is coming right on the heels of her husband's text messages saying, you know, the guy was never in the house. So the Commonwealth putting Matt McCabe up before Jen McCabe leads into her testimony with her husband's testimony and everybody going, I mean, okay, so he woke up, he heard Karen Read screaming over the phone. Karen Read came over to the house. His wife left to go find John. And then you get to cross-examination and went, what? You're texting in a group chat. What now? And that leads into Jen McCabe's testimony. And I can't imagine it's out of the jurors' minds because it for sure wasn't out of mine. And I tried very hard to listen to Jen McCabe's testimony because there were things in it that are consistent with other testimonies. There are things in it we had not heard before. We got some timing of when Jen finally disclosed to somebody that she heard Karen Read definitively say, she says, I hit him 3 times. Her testimony was, I hit him. She said it 3 times to an EMT. That is what Jen McCabe said. But then she said that she didn't relay that to law enforcement, and she called Lank on his cell phone to come back so she could tell Lank about all the things she heard Karen Read say. Though woven throughout her testimony, she says Karen Read is screaming. She's hysterical. Carrie Roberts is telling her to shut the fuck up. I think I'm embellishing that. I think it was just to shut up. The vibe was it was a shut the fuck up, but it was telling her to shut up, telling her to stop screaming, telling her that she was batshit crazy. That came out on the stand. That Karen Read was hysterical, was yelling at all of them, was saying, could I have hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? And screaming their names, both of their names. There was also testimony that when Karen saw John, when they were pulling up, that Jen McCabe didn't see anything. And Karen was like banging to get out of the car, the back seat of the car, and ran to where John was and lifted up her shirt and lifted up his shirt and was like laying on top of him, which rang very true to me, that that's what Karen Read did when she got out of the car, is ran to John and started laying on top of him. There are parts of her testimony that are consistent with what we're seeing from the dash cam videos and from other testimony. And there are parts that were hard to follow. She testified that Karen Read was pointing out to them at the back of the car when they got back to John O'Keefe's home to look for him, that she was pointing out to them about her taillight. But the Ring doorbell shows none of it. Jen McCabe said that Karen Read was screaming hysterically the entire time. But the Ring doorbell didn't say that. But we saw some of that in the police footage. It is going to be interesting to see what comes up on cross. I was surprised the prosecution didn't bring in more of the phone records that start pinning the times down. They did bring in the phone records showing Jen McCabe texting John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe not answering. But it raises the question, when they're texting and texting and texting, why didn't anyone go out of the house and knock on the door if they saw the SUV out there? And then Jen McCabe said, it wasn't until my husband said the next morning, but we saw them at Fairview, that she even realized that that was Karen Reed's SUV outside of Fairview. She said Karen Reed told her she left John at the waterfall and that everybody was completely confused that morning. It will be interesting to parse through the rest of this testimony on cross-examination, but it was a lot. It had very interesting starts and stops. There was a lot of leading going on with the prosecution. Very little objecting, because I'm sure the defense is just like, say whatever you're going to say. Because just say whatever you're going to say is, cross-examination will be when court resumes on Tuesday. But she also said Karen was imploring her to text hypothermia or search hypothermia and how long it takes to die in the snow, where there are paramedics, it seems, and police officers everywhere. She said that Karen is screaming, "I hit him," and "Is he dead?" And that's consistent with what law enforcement said. Is he dead? But I am left with the one question. If Karen Reed is wailing, "I hit him, I hit him," why does no one treat it like a crime scene? Again, the actions for me are what I'm looking at in this case, because I want to see the video evidence, the cell phone evidence, the text message evidence. I am going to be looking at all of that information, because it wasn't till Officer Lank came back that it seems Jen McCabe ever said she heard Karen Reed saying over and over and over, "I hit him." And no one seemed to treat it at the time as if Karen Reed said that in any meaningful way. One paramedic said she heard Karen Reed saying that to another woman at the scene. But we also heard testimony she was saying, "Could I have hit him? Could I have hit him?" I don't know if this testimony clears anything up for anyone, because this case has gotten so convoluted at this point. It's very hard to parse, but it seems clear to me that the prosecution might be hanging quite a lot of their case on the testimony of Jen McCabe. The defense has said that the how long to die in the snow search occurred sometime after 2:26, 2:27 in the morning. And she's saying that happened the next morning when she got to Fairview. At this point, I just want to see the digital evidence. I need the records from the phone company before I even know what to think with anything. Because law enforcement at the scene did not treat this like a homicide case. So I need to see a lot more information at this point. One thing is clear at the end of 3 weeks of testimony. We still don't know how the prosecution believes that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. I imagine next week we'll start to get into the scientific data at some point. We know that everybody was at the waterfall. The testimony with regard to the waterfall is fairly consistent. Everything from people going to basketball games and people going out to eat, everything up until 12:15, 12:20 is consistent. After 12:20, everything goes off the fucking rails. I don't know if I've ever seen a case that is so convoluted and confusing 3 weeks in. It's wild. So with all of that, Tuesday we will be back in court. Monday I will be recording a podcast for the members, trying to catch up on some of the other cases that are ongoing. I think we're going to be here till like VidCon. I just don't know what's happening in this case. And I am getting more and more frustrated by the day. How are you feeling? I am tremendously frustrated. You have questions, I've got questions, we've got questions, but I need to remind you that if you do not yet have the Lawnerd app, I will be keeping you in the loop when witnesses take the stand, when cross-examinations happen. If you want to zoom through the prosecution, I understand at this point, but we will be letting you know it is a free app on iOS and Android. Come join the Lawnerd community so I can let you know when things are happening. We're going to be here forever. Forever. We are going to be here forever. And we haven't even gotten to the scientific evidence yet. I really wish we had started that at the beginning. I just am wondering why, and I would really like to know. So I'm gonna try to just be patient, and I'm struggling with it. I hate not being able to figure out what's going on. And I really thought that opening statements would make this case clear. The prosecution's opening statement still doesn't really clearly set forth the theory of the case, and I think they maybe said murder once. How are we 3 weeks in with answers to who, if anyone, had a nice night at the waterfall together? Just absolutely wild. Wild. I understand, Lawnerds. I've seen the motions. You're like, petition to move out of Massachusetts right now. Can we move somewhere else? We're in it now, man. We are in too deep. We can't leave now. We have to know what happens. And I'm nervous, honestly, that we're not going to know what happens. Chat, I don't know if I have a lot of confidence that we're going to have answers. I'm real concerned at this point that we're just going to be left with a fuck ton of questions and no actual answers in this case. Because I don't know. I don't know nearly as much as I would like to know at this point in time. And I can't imagine how the victim's family is sitting through this trial day after day. I can't imagine how awful it is to sit there day after day after day. I feel for this jury. I feel for the defendant. What is even happening? So, Chad saying, let's talk about Alec Baldwin. That'll probably be the podcast. I know there was a hearing today. We will break it down on the podcast. We broke down the last Idaho hearing on the podcast. This case, you guys, it is, I really, really did not anticipate the level of fuckery that we have seen in this case. It's wild. I really was optimistic that 3 weeks in, it'd be like, okay, the prosecution's theory of the case is this. They think that John O'Keefe was hit at this time. His phone stopped responding at this time. No, none. And I know that there's many of you that are like, oh, but there's this information. I want to see what comes in evidence. And it's hard to parse what's going to come in and not come in evidence in any case, but in this one particularly. Legal Bites, good to see you. I'm sure many were with you this morning as the fuckery was unfolding. I'm beginning to worry, and chat, this is my speculation. It's not really a worry. I'm beginning to question if the reason we don't have some of that evidence in yet, the coroner or pathologist or both, hopefully not one with armpits, or, well, although all of them are going to have armpits, but that don't use armpits. Because I never thought I would see anything wilder than coroner armpits, and all these missing rehomed phones is quite a thing. And the phone data, where are the phone experts? I'm just wondering if the phone experts or the phone data contradicts things so much that they didn't put it in first. But if it does, then why are we here? You know, the prosecution has a choice and a ethical obligation. In the cases that they prosecute, you can choose to not to. Lots and lots and lots of cases go unprosecuted. There are times that prosecutors, I have been one of those prosecutors, look at a case and go, I am pretty convinced that that person did that thing. But I do not think there is enough evidence to prove it. So until there is more evidence, this case is not going anywhere. It is their duty to do that. And sometimes it's a really hard thing to look at a victim's family and say, we cannot prosecute this case. Or to look at a victim and say, we cannot prosecute this case. There just isn't enough. I believe you. I believe what happened to you. There isn't enough here. But that's part of the job. And I still don't understand how we got here. And I want to understand how we got here. And now I'm like, we can't look away. I need to know. I need to know how we got here. Absolutely staggering to me. And I just feel for everyone involved. And chat, I feel for you guys. Law nerds, you have been incredible. You have been open-minded. You have been trying to come in as a jury. You have been trying to keep internet fuckery out of it. Even those of you that are like, I might want to dabble in a little internet fuckery and see what's going on, have been very conscientious about not bringing it into the chat, about wanting to know more and wanting to understand and wanting to see what the jury sees. Y'all have been absolutely incredible. And as people wander through the chat, as they will with these trials, wandering through and reminding them, hey, we don't do that here. We talk about the witness's demeanor and testimony, but we're not going to give them a hard time about their looks. It's a hard thing. So I commend all of you. Thank you for being an incredible community. Let's get to your questions. I streamed 6 hours. Chat.
And all I want is one stop. I'm so tired. This case is wrecking my brain.
My brain is so tired. My brain is so tired. My brain is so tired. And it's just, we'll see. We're going to see as it unfolds. I will say that the one thing that is lovely in going into a case as a juror is being absolutely shocked by things that happen in court. Just shocked, just stunned. It's, I can't, we can react here, and I often react very big, which is why I don't want to go sit in court and react really big. I want to react with y'all. But can you imagine the jurors sitting there being like, what now? You said, what now? You said, what now? Wild. Just freaking wild. Okay. Y'all, yes, I think a pickle cleanse before we get to questions, but also chat, for those of you pointing out, that John O'Keefe's family was sitting in court having to hear the guy texts. I can't imagine the rage. I just can't imagine. My brother got injured in like a junior high basketball game, and my dad was pulling me back as I was trying to run out of the stands. I can't imagine. And he's like, you cannot run at a junior high school student. I'm like, he pushed him. It was bullshit. He pushed his legs out from underneath him when he went up for a shot. And when my brother fell, I could hear his arm crack out of the stands. I can't imagine how the O'Keefe family is feeling here and how angry they must be. I can't imagine. And I give just a lot of credit for them being able to sit in court and listen to this. I just can't imagine. All right. We are doing a pickle cleanse. Someone said in the chat, but the O'Keefe family loves the McCabe family. Have they seen those texts before? Because those texts are real tough. So, you know.
We're going to pickle. We're going to answer questions. I'm going to take an Advil because my brain hurts. But first, let me take a selfie. We have pickled.
And chat, I owe you something. I apologize. For those of you that are new, the little thing down here by my bear, the little thing down here is it's not as in focus as it used to be. I probably changed something. I've rearranged my desk like 17,000 times since I started streaming on YouTube a few years ago. But we did bing a couple times. Where are we? 7:58? I'm going to ask my child at what point I become a real YouTuber. But being in YouTube studio is not enough. No. There is a subscriber number in his brain that we're going to have to reach, but we need to bing. We need to do that. So with that, chat, we're going to celebrate. We're going to go to questions. Oh, it binged. Move your head. So that clip is from when we hit 100,000 subscribers on this channel. And my husband's head was in the way. So we needed to celebrate that. For all of you that don't know what it means, the counter has a sound, and it's, I don't know why I started calling it a bing, but the sound is like a bing sound. It's like bing when you gain subscribers. So that is where that came from. And with all of that, let's just Dan? No. Danae, I apologize. My brain is having a hard time putting the letters in the right order. Does the fact that the DNA expert wasn't established as an expert make any different to her testimony? I don't know what the court is going to do with that. They never offered the expert as an expert. It might be conditional on the fact that they need to lay the foundation for the swabs. So I don't know what the court's going to do with that. I mean, I don't know how the court is making a record in this case without the objections being on the record. It still confuses me. I don't know how they're doing it. I'm confused. So Jen McCabe's testimony makes me uneasy. It feels contrived. And this is from, the Caliente. I think I got that right in their super chat. But now I think I understand the prosecution's case. Seems like they're going for a crime of passion motive. It's so messy. I'm over the fuckery. I need facts. It feels like the facts are few and far between. Medicated Moment said, excuse me, why would she think she hit him at Fairview if she left him at the waterfall? It does not make sense. Why would they ask Google when they could just ask one of the paramedics? Jennifer D, this is an excellent point. Joanne said, it's snowing. How much running around can Karen Reed do? Fair. She was moving around. I think that's a clear that she was moving around. I don't think she was actually running around. Froggy Girl said, isn't it a natural reaction for a person to blame themselves for an accident or when something happens to a loved one, cared one, especially when you were just with that person? It's not an uncommon response. I don't know if that will ever be elicited in testimony. I imagine it'll come in the defense case, but it seems that Karen Reed is freaking the fuck out, is in shock, is freaking out when she woke up and saw John O'Keefe wasn't there. So Stephen said, I want cruiser footage of this. They all have this driving footage. Show that footage. She got real angry about the Google search. She did get real angry about the Google search. And I want to hear from all of the experts. I want to hear from all of the experts. I want to hear from all the cell phone data. Elizabeth said, excited for my vacation, but gonna miss EDB. Elizabeth, don't worry. The replay crew is always here for you. Off topic, but a video dropped of Diddy assaulting Cassie today. Okay. Okay. I will look for the context on that. Because her lawsuit is settled. He hasn't been charged with anything yet, unless that happened today as well. But I'm interested in the context that happened. SK said, current theory, someone in the Commonwealth got nostalgic about the witch trials and said, hey, let's bring back trials based on a lot of people just accusing another. It's wild. Noelle said, this case makes me wish that Karen Reed could sue the DA for malicious prosecution. It's not, well, we'll see what happens at the end of the case and then take a look, because the first step to malicious prosecution is that someone has to be acquitted. So we will see what happens in this trial. Becca said, I can't. She doesn't recall if she took off the watch, but remembers the exact time to the minute when the victim's niece called. Well, she's probably refreshed her memory as to the phone records for all those times, hasn't she? Julia said, hey, Emily, I'm preparing for my first trial this summer. Congratulations. How do you make that objection argument for hearsay when a witness testifies using we? I would, how would I object? I would actually ask for the speaking objection that they are objecting as to speculation, because they keep saying it was someone else. So I was like, that's speculation. And he's saying we. So how do we know what we said or what we thought? Though I would probably go through my evidence book and look how else at the end of a 5-hour stream, I don't know how else I would attack that. There are other ways, and I am not thinking of them off the top of my head, but I would attack that in other ways, because again, also it's just improper evidence. Like, it's not first person testimony. So the we is very, very confusing to me. But I apologize for, at the end of the day, my brain being very, very mushy. I'm like, I can problem spot. I can't problem solve. Your Honor, who is we? Actually might be what I say, depending on the court I was in. Excuse me, Your Honor, who's we? I've never had a witness say we that much. And I think as the prosecution, I would probably have rephrased, sir, what did you hear? What did you do? I think I would try to rephrase it. But the defense is just letting these witnesses go, because I think the defense is going to be like, everything they said is bullshit. So I don't think the defense is even trying to parse it. They're like, yep, we don't care. And with those texts of Matt McCabe's, I can see why the defense was like, yeah, we don't give a shit. That guy didn't come in the house. I'm done here. I'm through with this witness. That's why the defense is just like, whatevs. Jackson and Yannetti will pace in their cages all weekend waiting to devour Jen McCabe, is what BG0369 said. I imagine they're going to probably get some sleep, because they probably have their cross well planned, and they would probably have somebody on their team monitoring social media. I'm so lost and confused. I can't follow all the information they got from the witnesses. Me either, Leanne. It is sometimes the simplest case is the one that's easy to make. When it is so convoluted, it's just very difficult. Very, very difficult. Kimberly said, get the fuckery on first, then put on the science. So that's what he leaves the jury with. I don't know. And there's also times I'm asking myself, why is the prosecution calling Colin Albert? How did Colin Albert help the case of the prosecution at all? It feels like the prosecution is chasing their tail because the defense has spun them in a circle and they're just still spinning, trying to disprove the defense's opening statement. And disproving the defense's theory is not going to get the prosecution moving beyond a reasonable doubt. It is chasing down rabbit holes. If the defense wants to call Colin Albert, let the defense call Colin Albert. But it makes no sense for the prosecution to call him. It doesn't move anything further. When did Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car? And how did he die? And why aren't we there yet? Just this case. Michael said, you never see Jen go into the squad car on dash cam footage. So the whole story about Karen Reed telling her to Google that is just false. A, it may well be. B, the phone records might bear it out. They might not bear it out. The defense says it doesn't bear it out in their opening statement. But I don't know if it was, she was saying it was when she was outside that she was Googling that. But there were officers and paramedics everywhere at that time. Casey Cat said, Emily, I absolutely need a shirt that says there's fuckery afoot. We will see. Secret Stars said, I might be mixed up, but didn't Julie and Co. see Karen and John in the SUV in front of Fairview? Yes. So when would Karen have left him at the waterfall? Right. It just is confusing. But as we're talking about what you can get in the Lawnard shop, we don't have fuckery afoot just yet, but we do have the tumblers on sale till next week. Hold on. How did I not text things in right? Hold on. I can't. I'm just so tired. LawnardShop.com. Why can't I type? I can't. Literally can't. At all. It's disconcerting. I can't even see my third monitor at this point. LawnardShop.com, easier said than done, apparently, for me. Has our new iridescent tumblers in the shop on the front page. We also have the matte black tumblers in the shop and ready to ship. We have our sale going until the 24th. We have our new Lawnard designs in the shop. I'm very excited about our Lawnard Pride merch. I love our new Lawnards Unite Mega Mug. I love it. I love our new Lawnard, very brightly colored Echo shirt. So you guys, if you are interested in any of that, it's up on the Lawnard shop. It is on sale for a little bit longer. And if you're in the app, you can click it in the app too. Good to see you, Alita. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. So you guys, that is in. If you would like some Lawnard merch, and if you are a new Lawnard who's like, yes, absolutely need the Lawnard things, or there is a Lawnard in your life who's like, I don't know who EDB is. It's okay to just be like, it says Lawnard. And they're like, oh, I feel seen. And then you can tell them to come hang in with us. And that would be great. Sean C. Kate in the chat said, 12 days in, 14. And I still don't know a thing about Karen killing John. Yeah. Isn't it weird? Most cases are done by now. And the prosecution is calling every witness on their witness list. And witnesses that don't help them at all. And thank you for the super chat. Anne said, I feel badly for everyone in this case. Absolutely everyone. I'm still waiting for questions to be answered, but it's difficult to hold an open mind at this point. Thanks for your dedication to us. Thank you guys for your dedication too, to figuring out what the fucking facts are here. And if we get to the end and we don't have any facts, then we can be like, well, we don't have any facts. And then there will be rants about that. Happy Friday. It's been a week full of Mondays for me. And thank you so much for your super chat. It feels like a week full of Mondays, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Emily said, I bet they have a light on the stand for next week. I just want to know why the pictures from the defense's, the extraction copies are so bad. Dragana Freya said, Jen said nephews, but only Brian Jr. was there. Was it a slip? I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was. But yes, she did. How did Jen get the convo about Karen Reed being jealous of Bella's mom's past hearsay? Karen Reed's statements to Jen McCabe can come in. Some of the Jen McCabe stuff is absolutely hearsay that came in, and it just all kind of came tumbling out. I don't know if the defense is all that worried about it. The defense is like, yeah, and what did Warren sent me a new photo? Warren, I can't throw it up on the big screen. A new photo of the iridescent Lawnard tumblers. Thank you, Warren, for sending it. I can't put it up on the computer. Also, my phone looks appalling. The screen is not clean enough, but I will put that up in our community section. So thank you. So Emily, I agree. I don't feel like we have evidence. There are bits and pieces of things, but a lot of them are open to interpretation. And when stuff is open for multiple interpretations, it's hard. Warren said it's in the shop. He's like, you pulled up the wrong picture. Then we need to change. Warren, we will just send me a text and remind me to change this one. So I can change that one. There she is. There she is. The iridescent tumbler. Isn't she lovely? The oil slick tumbler. They are shipping now. Some of you have already gotten them, which is really cool to see. Yeah, we're all ready for we're ready for testimony that is more grounded. There will be rants, Law and Herd merch motto. It's this trial motto. Facts Matter said, have they even proven John is dead yet? Only by hearsay. Serious question. It's been that long. Scientifically and medically, no, they have not. They have proven that his brother was told that at the hospital, but that came in to explain his brother's state of mind, not to prove the fact. So no, technically they have not proven that yet. 14 days in. 14 days in. 14 days in. I rebought the black one because I accidentally dropped mine and it shattered. Oh no, Angela. I'm sorry that it shattered. It is rough. So I am sorry that it shattered. Can they dismiss the case if the prosecution fails to present evidence? Kate, yes, they can. In every case we cover, when the plaintiff or the prosecution rests, there is always a motion for dismissal, for directed verdict. Jurisdictions sometimes call it different things, but there is always a motion. Look, this case has not been proven. The end of evidence is here. No reasonable jury could either find liability or convict on the facts presented. And that's what the defense will ask for here. I don't know how far away we are from that because I don't know how many more witnesses if the state has 40 more witnesses, the state's going to take 6 weeks on their case. But it can happen. It's rare, but it can happen. Tim says, I noticed that unlike Judge Penny, Judge Bev does not warn the witnesses not to consult with their attorneys over the breaks. Is this a rule? It depends on the jurisdiction, and she does not. And I also don't know what information the witnesses are given before or after, because they're also not told, don't discuss your testimony with anyone, you may be recalled. I saw a conversation in the chat asking, and I don't know, I can't pull it up. Sarah asked, was he dead at the scene? Sarah, he was not declared at the scene because he was hypothermic. I believe he probably was, but that is not in evidence yet because he was not declared until more than an hour afterwards because he was hypothermic. Corrine said, wouldn't we hear all that on the 911 call? We hear some on the 911 call, but the way the 911 call was played into court, it was very, very hard to hear. So the jury might have a better perspective of that down the road. Facts Matter said the snow is not deep enough. Look at the car they passed, only 6-ish inches. I don't think it's deep enough to completely bury a person. I was thinking, said, didn't her husband say he woke up to Karen screaming outside? No, he said he heard screams in his bedroom and he thought somebody was in his room, and it turned out it was over the phone. So Jasper said, day 14 of this trial, what if any witnesses have been asked if there was any precipitation occurred? Every single one. Where's Jen's emotion when talking about John? Yeah. Elliot J.N. said, I just can't understand how Karen is staying calm and poised through all of this. Is it just me, or do all these witnesses seem overly confident? To a point, they seem comfortable, most of them. Some of them seem nervous from the start, which is actually more natural to me. So Kate P. said, so what you're saying is 3 weeks into trial and the prosecution hasn't proven John is dead yet? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean I think that he is not. It's just that they have not proven that yet. And I imagine we're going to get through the rest of whatever civilian witnesses are left to call. Carrie Roberts, clearly. And then next week, I imagine early next week, that we will start to get into the scientific evidence of the case, which is going to be needed. Very, very much needed at this point, because none of the scientific evidence is in yet. So we don't know what is on her car. We don't know how he died. We don't know what the rest of the cell records say and the rest of the text records say. We just don't know yet. It's odd to me that we don't know that 3 weeks in. So, but we just don't know. Karen said, if she is found not guilty, is this a case where she could sue the state police for wrongful arrest, especially with the federal investigation? I can't answer that yet because there are so many factors it depends on to give you a reasonable explanation. It's just going to depend. It's weird to say 3 weeks in that there's a long way to go in this case, but there is a long way to go in this case. We have not heard from Brian Higgins yet in this case. We haven't heard from the lead investigator yet in this case. There is a long, long way to go. And it's really, really going to depend. Just, unfortunately, I can't give a better breakdown than that because I don't have enough information. And the fact that I don't have enough information 3 weeks in makes my brain hurt. So, just brain hurts at this point. They haven't proven the DUI. I mean, at this point, I think there could be some controversy over who's driving because they haven't really proven that either. The state has to prove their case. And we are moving there slowly. Kentucky Pawnard said, so excited about the changes coming with the Lawnard app. Yay. Thank you to the developers and the Lawnard team. My engineer girlfriend is so invested in this. Fantastic. And thank you. Team Baker has done an incredible job with the Lawnard app, and I appreciate it so much. Debbie said, happy Friday, EDB and the Lawnard. So ready for court today. Drinking water. Lots of it will be needed for sure. But nobody said wicked yet, which is kind of sad to me. Laura, thank you so much. I got a haircut. It was needed. Love you. Thanks for spending your time with us. You've made this first week without my work bestie bearable. I hope we get to Proctor next week. I can't imagine that we won't unless they don't call him, but then we're going to know that too at some point. It's just weird. Jenny said the taillight comment threw me. It doesn't seem to me she'd be screaming about a taillight if she's worried about her boyfriend missing. And yep. And we haven't seen all of the ring footage from the victim's house either. So I just don't know. Sandy said, EDB, how is it that the judge cannot see through all No, it says slit, but that doesn't make sense to my brain. The inconsistencies. Can the defense do anything about the blanket lack of quote unquote judging? The judge is judging. I mean, the judge isn't there to judge the evidence. At this point in the case, the person who gets to determine what evidence is factual or not is the jury. The judge determines what comes in or stays out. The judge determines the exhibits or not. The jury determines the facts. The jury is the finder of fact. The jury can look at a witness and go, nah, bullshit. Nope. Not listening. Nope. Not at all. That is up for the jury because they are the fact finder. The judge has to rule on the evidence as it comes in. The objections, the fact that she's like, he can have it is so odd to me. But it's wild. Becca said, caught my first members only live last night. EDB, the universe sent you a fucking angel. Warren, that's true. When it comes to Warren, he was so lovely, as of course are you. It is okay. You can compliment my friends without also having to compliment me. I am glad that they are my friends. So thank you for the compliment of our friend in the chat, Octo. Ice Baby said I was going to suggest a code Woosah, but grab ass seemed to pull you out of the frustration. Maybe we need a code grab ass. I still don't understand some of the decisions that the defense makes. And I'm not ever going to understand 100% of decisions all attorneys make, because there's so much. And the more we go on, there's so much in this case, the less I understand why those moments are so relevant to the defense. And maybe we'll understand better as we get into their case. But there's so much other fuckery. I just don't understand. So it's wild. Carrie, thank you for the gifted membership. Mary said, this whole trial has been a clusterfuck. My mom and I will watch as we work from home. She loves you and always refers to you as the funny lawyer lady with the purple hair. Well, thank you. I appreciate that she doesn't refer to me as the fucking lawyer lady with the purple hair, but both are appropriate. So thank you all for the gifted memberships. Courtney Nichols said it actually takes more effort to type the guy than John. Disgusting. Yeah, it's wild. It's just wild. I saw the question, Z, I don't know who's covering the Young Thug trial because the Young Thug trial has actually lasted like 100 eternities. And there are so many attorneys and so many facts. I think most people are like, I can't wrap my brain around this case. It took them 11 months to pick a jury. That trial's going to go on for like a year. So I don't know who is doing commentary of the Young Thug case. And I think part of that is because it is 7 defendants and that case is going to take forever. So I don't even know who's peeking in on it because it is convoluted and difficult to follow. With all of that, you guys, I am just exhausted. So happy Friday. We have been streaming for 6.5 hours. I'm going to get some rest. You guys get some rest. Monday is probably when I'll record the podcast for y'all. So members, look in your member spaces for that because I will be recording that on Monday. I will probably cover Baldwin, and that will probably be it. So chat, don't forget to download the Law Nerd app. Quick Bits are getting released daily because our team is amazing. Thank you for hanging with me for the XL stream today as we just plowed right through lunch. When, if ever, will the fuckery end? That's the question. Oh, Chad, I appreciate you. Thank you. This one is a lot. This case is a lot. You guys have a great weekend. You deserve it. Good work, Law Nerds. I appreciate you. I appreciate you sitting here and being like, I am trying to piece this together, but honestly, what the fuck? Thank you to our moderators, to my producer, Megalina. It's been a week, you guys. Everybody have a great weekend. I will see you soon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being Law Nerds. You're awesome. Take care of yourself. I will see you in court on Tuesday, members on Monday. Bye. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com
or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.